Mina damer och herrar, Ann-Marie Eklund Lövinder och Måns Jonasson.
God morgon allesammans och hjärtligt välkomna till Internetdagarna 2015. Den mest kärleksbombande konferensen om internet som finns. Jag lovar. Det här är den 16:e gången vi arrangerar Internetdagarna. Jag har inte missat en enda och jag ser flera av er här som är i samma båt som jag. Måns, vad händer?
Ja, till att börja med så tänkte jag se om publiken är vaken och köra en sån här klassisk moderatorsgrej och köra en handuppräckning. Hur många här inne är det som själva betalar för minst ett domännamn? Hohoho! Härligt. Jag hoppas att det är .se eller .nu domännamn ni betalar för. För om ni gör det så är ni också med och stödjer internets utveckling i Sverige. Jag är varumärkesansvarig på Internetstiftelsen i Sverige, IIS. Och det vore naturligtvis närmast tjänstefel av mig att inte passa på att berätta om vår verksamhet när jag har så många av er fångade här på ett enda ställe. Så vi tar och kör en liten film som berättar om hela IIS. Varsågoda.
Det här är Internetstiftelsen i Sverige, IIS. Vi är en oberoende allmännyttig organisation som jobbar för att förbättra internet i Sverige och världen.
Så här går det till. Alla adresser som slutar på .se eller .nu hanteras av oss. Pengarna vi får in från alla er som registrerar domäner bidrar till våra många internetförbättrande projekt.
Du kanske någon gång har mätt din uppkopplingshastighet med bredbandskollen. Det är en av våra tjänster som är gratis att använda tack vare överskottet från domänerna.
Med Sitekollen kan du testa prestandan för din webbplats.
Genom webbstjärnan får tusentals lärare och elever lära sig att använda internet för att publicera skolarbetet.
Vi har gett ut över 30 internetguider om viktiga ämnen och de är helt gratis att läsa på webben.
Varje år publicerar vi Svenskarna och internet, Sveriges viktigaste undersökning om internetanvändning.
Genom Internetfonden stödjer vi varje år ett stort antal externa internetförbättrande projekt med flera miljoner kronor.
Varje höst är det dags för Internetdagarna, Sveriges viktigaste mötesplats för alla som jobbar med internet.
Genom identitetsfederationer blir det lättare att logga in utan att komma ihåg en massa lösenord. Vi på IIS är federationsoperatör för skolfederation som vänder sig till Sveriges skolor och Sambi för hela den svenska vård- och omsorgssektorn.
Internetmuseum redovisar internets historia ur det svenska perspektivet. Här kan den intresserade besökaren följa utvecklingen från forna tiders kostigar till dagens digitala flerfiliga motorväg.
Du som väljer en .se eller .nu-domän får alltså inte bara en fantastisk adress på nätet utan hjälper också till att förbättra internet i Sverige. Tack!
Ja, verkligen tack alla ni som betalar för Internetdagarna och allt annat som IIS kan göra på grund av intäkterna från domännamnen. Innan jag introducerar vår allra första keynote-talare för i år så skulle jag vilja påminna alla att hashtag för detta event är IND15. Om ni har några frågor till våra keynote-talare så får ni jättegärna tagga dem med IND15 så ska vi i mån av tid efteråt försöka ställa frågorna till våra keynote-talare.
Ja, men då kör vi väl.
Då kör vi. Vår allra första keynote-talare är från Fast Forward Labs som hon är vd och grundare för. Hon är en dataexpert extraordinär. Hon är Data Scientist in Resident på Accel Partners. Hon har också grundat Hack New York och har berättat för mig i förtroende att hon älskar cheeseburgare. Please welcome to the stage Miss Hillary Mason.
I think it is a very brave thing to begin a Monday morning by talking about data, but this is how we are going to begin. So thank you very much for inviting me and asking me here to speak about data and innovation. And I believe that data gives us the ability to perceive things about the world that we otherwise would not be able to access or understand. In that way, it gives us a superpower. It also, when we build products, gives us an ability to impact the world at a scale and in a way that we as lone human beings otherwise could not possibly impact. And so it is something that I'm very excited about. It is a great time to be building applications and building things on data and on the internet. Before I begin, I'd love to share with you one of my favorite things from the internet, and just to set the stage for how we interact with and understand technology in our lives today. Just to say, it is the year 2015, it is almost 2016, and this is how we use the internet. So how many people here like Reddit? Anyone? A few? Okay. So I consider Reddit to be very much like the armpit of social media, in the sense that it is very weird. It is a very bizarre place, but some very funny, wonderful things come out of it. And one of these things is someone asking this question. So if someone from the 1950s suddenly appeared here today, what would be the most difficult thing to explain to them about life today? And here's the best answer. I possess a device in my pocket that is capable of accessing the entirety of information known to man. I use it to look at pictures of cats and get in arguments with strangers. And this tells us that technology is changing very quickly, but people, human nature stays the same. And here's another example I love very much. So this is President Obama on the campaign trail. In this photo, he's in Germany. And you see here in this photo, very much like this audience, every single person has a device. Every single person has a camera, a phone. Even here's someone with a laptop saying, hello. This shows that we are intermediating our communication with technology, and we are collecting data from every interaction, and that data can be put to use for us. And we live in this future today. There is a wonderful Tumblr blog called We Put a Chip in It, and I know there is an IoT hackathon, so if you're into that stuff and you have not seen this, you must check it out. This is a project from that blog where somebody decided to create an LED disco dance suit for their dog. And I share this with you because it is wonderful and adorable and cute, but also because this shows where we are in the development of our technology. It has gotten so cheap and so easy that we can play with it. And this is where we are with data today. It is something that has become so affordable that anyone can start to build products and applications on it. And so it's a very exciting time now to be doing these things. Now I want to demystify some of the vocabulary and the words we use about data. I do not like the term big data because you don't know how big it has to be. Some people think big data no longer fits in Microsoft Excel, that it, engineers often say, well, it's data that is so big, you require special computers to interact with it. You cannot load it up on one machine, but I can tell you that the data I can analyze on my laptop in my bag over there is more powerful this year than it was last year, than it was before. So I like to think of big data as data actually made useful, meaning that you have the technical capability to ask a question of the data and get the answer back before you forget why you asked the question in the first place. So it is data that is made useful to human beings to make decisions. And these data products, things built on top of this data, are everywhere already today. And I'll show you some of my favorite examples. The first one is an application called Foursquare. Does anyone use this here? Yes, okay, I see a few. They've done a wonderful job of building a product that collects data. So the first version was a game where you check into a restaurant or a venue. And the second version, they said, now we have all this data. We know the signal strength from the phone when you're in this location versus that location. We know what people are talking about and ordering in a space. And so they took the data from the first version, they built a new version. And now when I walk into a restaurant, even here in Stockholm, it says, we know where you are. And by the way, you should try the cheeseburger. It's really good. Because it knows what I like. And so they've done a wonderful job of iterating on data collection, new product, and building products that are only possible because of the data they've collected before. Another example, which I think people here will like, is called Dark Sky. And this application takes, at least in the US, they use public government data. Outside the US, they use other data for the weather. They take your GPS location from your smartphone, and they make a weather prediction for where you are standing right now. And they say it is going to rain on you in 10 minutes. It's a very useful application. It allows you to make good decisions. So in New York, where I come from, if it says it's going to rain in 10 minutes, that is just enough time to run to the subway and go home. So it's very useful. The third product I wanted to share is one that's a little bit different. So this is a story about work done by a woman named Lauren Talbot in the New York City Mayor's Office of Analytics, where they looked at ambulances and how long it took for a call to 911 to send an ambulance when there's a medical emergency. And this is a wonderful project because it involves no fancy mathematics, no fancy algorithms, just taking data from one place, data from another place, and putting it together. And they did two things that were quite remarkable. The first one is when you call, they ask many questions. They say, what kind of emergency, what's happening? They change the order of the questions to optimize the response time to hand it off to the ambulance as soon as possible. And that was a very simple statistics project. And the other thing they did was look, because the ambulances wait in the city, they drive around, and they found out, of course, they don't go to the optimal point for each precinct. They sort of go wherever they want. And they said, well, we can calculate where they should wait and how they should go based on the prediction of where the calls will come. Why don't they do that? And instead of just telling them what to do, they actually went and talked to the ambulance drivers. And what the drivers said was that they go where they go because there are 24-hour cafes with bathrooms and coffee. And so they found them better locations for their cafes, and it turned out that between these two things, they cut the response time of ambulances down by 1 minute in New York City. This is a big deal. It is saving a lot of lives. And I share this story because it's a nice data outcome, but also if the New York City government can do it, anybody can do it. So there is no excuse not to try. And the last data product I want to share is Google Maps with traffic view turned on. And I will ask, what is the most remarkable thing about Google Maps traffic view? It's very boring. And that is why it is so good, because this is a data product with an incredible amount of technology behind it. They are doing prediction based on historical data about what the traffic will look like. They are collecting real-time data from phones and devices running Google Maps out in the world right now. They're integrating it all together and visualizing it in a way that anyone can understand. You can read this map. Even if you don't know this city, you can say, okay, I know where to go. And yet, it is so boring. You don't have to think about any of that to use this product. And that's what makes it so good and so successful, that you can use it without any awareness of the technology behind it. And so why all these data products today and not 30 years ago? Well, today we have computational power we can afford. So this is a picture of ENIAC from 1947, which was 150 feet long with 20 banks of lights. And your phone today is much more powerful than this. We have a lot of data. So we are collecting data. In many cases, it is cheaper to collect data than to throw it away. And this is a significant change. And the last thing is we know what to do with the data once we have it. So we have the mathematical and computational tools to work with data. And while everybody likes to think their data is unique and special, it is, in fact, the case that most human beings are very similar. We're very boring. And that is a good thing for figuring out how to analyze the data we generate. But this is not really a technical problem, not only a technical problem in any case. It's a human problem. So we have data, we have software, we have hardware, we have human beings and product design. How do we fit it all together? And we've seen this emergence of a new job. And this new job is data science. And it is 3 things that are not traditionally put in the same profession. So in the past, you could have a job doing any one of these things, but it was so hard to do each one that it was still its own role. Today, you can have one person, one job that does 3 things. So they do mathematics and statistics, they do programming, they write code, they make the software work. And the hardest part is the communication part. And so to give you an example, what a very good data scientist can do is sit down with anyone and say, what are you trying to understand about the world? What problem are you trying to solve? They can go away, they can program something up with the data and the technology they have, and then they go back to that first person and they explain to them what they learn so that other person makes a good decision. And when I describe data science this way, it becomes clear that it is not necessarily the mathematics, statistics, or programming that is hard. It is the empathy and the human understanding to know what questions to ask, what kinds of answers to find, and how to share and communicate those answers that is really challenging. And so we see lots of people in these new jobs. Over the last 5 years, it's been expanding rapidly, and you can now even get an academic degree in data science, which is amazing. And it is not just the people doing the work that have to change. The managers have to change. They have to grow up. You need new process around management. If you are very interested in process around management, I co-authored a very short, free ebook with DJ Patil, who is now the chief data scientist for the White House, on process and management of data. So please help yourself and let us know if you have any questions. But it's really about how you go from thinking about data as a separate obligation and a cost to how you use it to build new things, and it's a source of excitement and revenue. And I find in the work I do today, the biggest opportunities for data are often surprising. We like to think it is startups and hackers who have all the opportunity. But in fact, many big companies have opportunity also. So big companies have been running businesses and collecting data for many years. Generally, they know those businesses very well. And so even if you're not in a startup, there's no excuse not to try. Do something new with the data. And if you put all this together, you start to see these very interesting data products emerge. So it's a combination of data, which you probably have already, so you get that for free, technology, which is changing quickly, and I'll speak more about that in a moment, and then the people, the data scientists, the managers, the product designers working together, all of these things together let you build products. And if you want to see where this is happening today, this is a machine intelligence landscape from Siobhan Zillis, who's a venture capitalist at Bloomberg Beta in San Francisco. And what she's done is taken many of the different technology capabilities and broken down the areas where you can find them. And today we see things in very defined domains. You see a lot of data products in finance, in pharmaceuticals, and security, and agriculture. But these are capabilities that are becoming cheaper and more accessible, and we will see them next in more broad applications like consumer internet. It's a pretty exciting time to be looking at this stuff. And they're changing very quickly, which is exciting. So I work in this area called AI, artificial intelligence or machine intelligence, and the joke that we tell is that AI is whatever a computer cannot do today. And in 1997, Garry Kasparov was defeated by Deep Blue playing chess, and so then AI could not play chess. AI can play chess, of course. And today, the best chess players in the world are not humans. They are not AI programs. They are the two working together. Because you are able to have the machine ability to forecast and predict combined with the human creativity and ability to make decisions. And that's the best chess player in the world today. And of course, AI cannot drive a car, but a few years ago, Google released the self-driving car. We still don't have one, but hopefully we will someday. And then all of a sudden, AI can drive a car. Now, to be entirely fair, the specific technical problem that the car is solving on the road is very different than what we do when we drive as human beings, but it's still a remarkable achievement for artificial intelligence. So now AI can drive cars. So I want to look at what is next and end this talk with a discussion about the technical capabilities that are changing, that are new, and how we get there, because we see things moving from rules-based and repetitive to statistical and probabilistic to creative, things that we would not have thought a machine could do even 3 or 4 years ago. And this is what we work on at my company. We sit in the middle of this community of researchers and professors, of startups and people building new applications, and companies that want to build new applications and connect with these other communities. And we look at many different technologies, and I wanted to share how we choose what will be interesting or how we find these things. And the first step, of course, is to get up early, drink a lot of coffee, read a lot of books, have many ideas, and anyone can do that. The next step is to look for changes that make this technology more possible this year than it was last year. And the first thing that happens is potentially a theoretical breakthrough. So somebody has done some research that makes it more possible to solve a problem than it was before. Sometimes it was an incremental research. So someone solves a problem in one field, but if you look at it, you can say, wow, that actually applies in machine learning or in the internet field as well. So it's not always eureka moments, it's progress in research. The second thing is a change in the economics of the constraints of using a certain technique. And I'll give you an example. I can make any graph of CPU cost, GPU cost, memory cost, hard drive cost, and it looks like the same graph. It's just linear decline. And so if you want to do something, but it's too expensive, you just wait. And you can see 1 year or 2 years, you'll be able to do this thing. Here's another example I love, because this one shows from 2005, the SD card has 128 megabytes. In 2014, that same SD card, the same cost, had 128 gigabytes. And these are orders of magnitude changes, which just make things affordable to a much wider audience. And this is why you see things start in fields that have a lot of money, like finance and pharmaceuticals and chemistry, and then move into fields like the internet, where we don't have a lot of money all the time. The third thing we look for is open source and things becoming commodities. So we look for things like Hadoop, where before this software exists, if you wanted to do a large-scale distributed MapReduce calculation, you had to hire 20 engineers and build the whole thing yourself. Once Hadoop is in the open source community, you need maybe 2 engineers to install and configure it. It was one of those systems that required a lot of love in the beginning. And today, if you want to use this, you go to your laptop, you bring up the command line, and you type one command to Amazon Web Services, and you have a cluster of machines just waiting for you. So now, instead of being something you have to build yourself, it's something you can build on top of with no additional effort. Sometimes things become commodities and then become uncommodities. So in 2007, Facebook acquired a company called Face.com. Face.com had the world's best facial recognition software. So put in a photo of a person, it says this is Hillary. And all of these people had built on top of it, and then it just went away. So it was not a very good outcome, which is why we like open source. And now if you go to face.com today, it looks like this, and who knows what that is. The last thing we look for is that new data has become available that makes it possible to try something in an area where you couldn't before. And I have Wikipedia up for 2 reasons, because Wikipedia is the dirty secret of data science. Every data scientist project using language is in some way using Wikipedia data. This is also why you see so many more open source data projects that are in English than any other language, because Wikipedia data is easy to use in English. There's much more of it. And so you can actually trace why this is the way it is. It's not good. And the other part of this is that data, which might exist, is made useful. So here is a project from ProPublica that I love very much. And so this is a project where they took data from the US government, which was in terrible shape. It was ugly, it was a mess. They cleaned it up, and they made it so that if you were getting a medical procedure, you can see the success of your doctor. And they made it very easy to use and understand. And so this is an example of the data existed, but there was a huge amount of work to use it, and then they cleaned it up and made it very easy to use and understand. It's a fantastic project. Very easy data visualization as well. And so a few things that we're very excited about, just to end on the fun stuff. One of them is called natural language generation. And this is the technology for taking structured data and generating articles. So computers that write language. And in order to demonstrate this, we built a system that writes real estate advertisements, just like a human being does. So you say, I want to sell a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and it's in this location or this neighborhood, and it has these features, and it writes the advertisement for you. And so this is all automatically generated. We don't work in real estate, but it's a very good example of structured data, so numbers to language. And this capability is something you can now use much more broadly. So we've seen it show up in everything from celebrity gossip news. So if Kim Kardashian wears a sweater, the 2 paragraphs about that may be written by software is probably good. And then things like doing sales team success reporting, showing up all over different places. But it's a very exciting technology, and it's pretty much only become very useful in the last 2 years. Another thing we do a lot of work with is probabilistic methods for real-time data, and especially if you're interested in Internet of Things or IoT, you will need to deal with sensor data, with lots of data in a stream. And these are techniques that allow you to do so in a CPU and memory constrained way. So rather than taking your data in a batch and iterating through it many times to come up with a calculation, which is slow, you just take the data as it comes in the stream, and you look at each point one time, and then maintain an online model of what you want to understand. And so to demonstrate this sort of thing, we take data from Twitter and Reddit, which is a nice stream of language, of comments. And you can see things always in social media that are quite funny. So here we have shower thoughts. What people think about in the shower is overlapping with the language of why I'm single, which I cannot explain, but it's happening at the moment I took this screenshot. It is the internet, and the internet is like this. The last one I want to share is on image recognition, which is one of the truly interesting things happening this year. So when I list those 4 things about, data is available, becomes a commodity, the costs come down, there's a breakthrough, image analysis with deep learning hits all of those things, all at the same time. So this is something where you are taking a picture, and you are automatically figuring out what is in the picture. So a system that can say there is a puppy and a cup of coffee in this photo automatically with no human intervention at all. And this uses a very old technique called the perceptron, which was actually pioneered in the 1960s at Cornell University in the aeronautics lab. I learned an amazing thing about this when we did this project, which is that the first perceptron was not just math, it was not just software, it was actually built in hardware, where the weights in the neural network were potentiometers, and they had actual motors that moved them around during the training process, which is amazing. But the core mathematics remain quite simple. It's really just having inputs that are 0 and 1s, and weights. You add them up, you have some rules, and you have an output. And this leads to things like this. This is Google Deep Dream. If you have not seen it, it is very disturbing. But this is a photo where they have reversed the process. So this is Jennifer Lawrence, the actress, and then the photo shows you what the algorithm learned to recognize. So it learned to recognize eyes and mouths and ears and some other weird things. We made a thing that is much more easy to understand and to use. This is called Pictograph, where if you use Instagram, you can give it your Instagram account, and it will make a visualization of what you like to take pictures of just by looking in the pictures. And if you like dogs or cats, it is very good at dogs and cats. You should definitely try it. It's pictograph.us. And so I don't want to end on purely optimistic note. One of the things we spend a lot of time doing at my company is helping people think about what goes wrong. And it is, there are really two big topics in the data science field right now that people are thinking a lot about. And the first one is really the usability and the product design aspects of building machine learning products. So how do you go through a product design process when you don't even know what the system will look like, what it can do? And that's a lot of fun and a very exciting topic at the moment. The second topic is what do we do when these systems are not ethical? When these systems somehow encode bias because there is bias in the data. And I can tell you, even in our project, we found some very funny errors. So when I take pictures in the New York City subway and put it into our image recognizer, it tells me they are a prison or a jail because there is no training data for the New York City subway, and it does look a little bit like a jail. But that's, it's funny, and it's a good outcome to see, but if you can imagine how that could go very wrong in a product where someone's trying to sell it, and in fact it has gone wrong. There have been issues where Google has used the same technology and mislabeled photos in very offensive ways. Same for Flickr and some of the other systems using the technique. So we try very hard to keep people thinking about the products they build and to help them realize that they're responsible for what those products do in the world. They should build things that make the world that they want to live in. And this happens all the time. So this is a friend of mine who's a data scientist. So he said, he tweeted about a software project called Wrangler for cleaning up data, and now he's getting so many ads for jeans and pants. It means lots of opportunity for us, I suppose. And we are really just at the beginning of seeing these capabilities in the products we use every day and in the real world. And so I think that if we come back to this event in 5 years, almost every product we see will use data intelligently, not just for reporting on business success, but for actually enabling pieces of the product. And what we call AI or machine learning today will be a core part of many of the things we are going to build. And so thank you very much. If you have any questions, I believe we have a few minutes. Yes? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hilary.
Thank you.
It was really interesting and a lot of fun you found there. But and I'm working with information security, and I don't want to be a party pooper, but do you have any understanding of the concern people feel about big data and privacy? And
Absolutely.
How will we cope with that? I mean, I like gadgets.
So the issue with data and privacy is that right now systems collect data about us. They store it, they learn things from it, they sell it to other people, and we as consumers, as individuals, have no right to know what that data is, where it goes, what people may assume about us, and it's very often incorrect. For example, Google has a page where you can see what they think you are like for advertisers, and it tells me I'm a 25-year-old man, probably because I read about programming so much. It's obviously very wrong. And so these are big problems that we need to fix at a legislative level, at a society level, and also by making good decisions about if you build a product, if you build a system, don't be that person. Just be very clear with the people that use your product about what data you collect and where it goes, and don't sell it to third parties.
Good advice. Thank you.
Thank you.
So please stay on stage.
Yes. Thank you so much for coming. And true to our tradition here at Internetdagarna, we have prepared a very unique gift for you. We even have a movie to introduce it. Please partake.
We at the Internet Foundation in Sweden love makers and believe that knowledge provides new possibilities. A few months ago, a young maker got arrested for taking his home-built clock to school. This is not how the world should be. So we let a bunch of 14-year-olds build their own clocks as gifts for our keynote speakers. Young minds like this strengthen our belief that the internet should be both free and open for all.
And so we say thank you with our own special custom-made clock.
Thank you.
And hopefully this will not cause you too much trouble in customs when you travel home in the airport.
I will take this home very proudly.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Så, då är vi framme vid vår andra keynote. Och det är journalistinnovatören Dan Sinker, föreståndare för Knight Mozilla Open News, ett samarbete mellan Knight-stiftelsen och Mozilla som syftar till att sprida webbteknik inom journalistiken. På Internetdagarnas sajt kan ni för övrigt ta del av en längre intervju med både honom och våra andra keynotes. Dan, welcome on stage.
Felt bad for this bottle of water the whole time. It's just been hanging out here. I'm gonna indulge it for a second. Thanks so much for having me here today. I have to say, I have no idea what time it is right now. My body thinks it's about 2:30 in the morning. The clock says that it's 9:30, but the sun just rose, and it's going to set in like an hour. So I'm apparently just going to stay perpetually confused about what time it is, where I am, or anything like that. But I'm incredibly glad to be here today. I'm less glad about not getting a more recent headshot of myself to the organizers of this thing. Clearly, we're about 12 inches or so off from the photo that I gave everyone. So I really do apologize if you were expecting a more reasonable length beard today. It is a little bit better than the photo on my passport, which I'm kind of amazed has not created an international incident at this point. The customs agent yesterday was incredibly skeptical. looked at my photo, looked at me, looked at my photo, looked at me, and finally shrugged and said, "Well, it's No Shave November," and stamped me and let me in. So it really is wonderful to be allowed into Sweden and to be here in Stockholm with you today. This is my second time in Stockholm. The last was in an entirely different lifetime. It's about 15 years ago. And oddly enough, I was invited for a different talk. This was at the Lava Youth Center, which was at the Culture House just down the street. I don't know, is Lava still around, or is that? Yes? Awesome. The talk I was invited to do was to, quote, inspire the Swedish zine maker. For those of you unfamiliar with the term zine, these are kind of independently produced magazines, often quite small, photocopied. They were really kind of blogs before there was blogging, or Twitter before 140 characters was a design constraint. Or, they were a social network, essentially, spread through the mail or through in-person kind of swaps, based around sharing ideas and information and art. The zine I published, the reason I was invited here, was called Punk Planet. It was a little bigger, a little more polished than many zines, but it was still very much a part of the culture and community that made up the zine world and the punk scene of the 1990s and 2000s. It's hard to describe now, here in this just heavily networked present that we occupy, what it was like to get a zine handed to you from someone that you met because she was roadieing for a band that played in your friend's basement, without sounding like you're describing some kind of ancient fictional history. But this world and running this magazine, that's actually our last issue, and that's a stack of all 80 of them there on the cover. This taught me everything I know about building. It taught me everything I know about community and everything I know about collaboration. This was a group of people that cared deeply about their values, right? And these were the values of the staunchly independent, kind of do-it-yourself ethos of the 90s. And they wanted not to share it with the world, but to share it with others that would really, truly appreciate it. This was, at its height, around the world, a tiny culture. I remember at one point, a guy who ran a record label asked me, how many subscribers do you have? And at the time, we had maybe 12 or 13,000. And he said, that's the population of a small town. Why don't we all just move there? And it's actually a very romantic notion that I still try to do. I actually tried to get a bunch of people on Twitter to pool money to buy a town just a couple of months ago. But we didn't buy that town, and we certainly didn't as a bunch of punks moved to a town. And that era of indie music and media really came to an end as the rise of the MP3 kind of ate the music industry. Punk Planet ended in 2007. Jump forward a decade, and here I am now, not inspiring the Swedish zine maker, but instead talking about the internet. Because the internet is where I, and where probably all of you, find our inspiration now. The world has gotten so much bigger than when 12,000 punks could have moved to a small town. And yet here I am, again in Sweden, giving a talk to people that are here for the same basic reasons. We love a thing. Literally, hearts are your iconography here. It's amazing. And we love a thing, and we want to keep it vital. The work I do now is really quite different. I run a project called Night Mozilla Open News. We work with people writing code in journalism to help them to collaborate and document and share their work. But it's also very much the same work. We help to foster a community that cares passionately about the work it does, the impact it has, and the collaboration it fosters. That this work is performing acts of journalism through code and not through a reporter's notebook means that our community plays a crucial role in creating journalism that's not simply on the web, but of the web. This is not a huge community, and it's one that has a great deal of external pressures on it. Right? Journalism is not exactly an industry that makes it easy for a developer to stick around when Silicon Valley is flashing cash every 3 minutes. And so giving people a sense that they belong, that they have colleagues and collaborators, that they can get help and solve problems together, it's really important. And so we help to build this community. We convene them in small groups we call code convenings to open source code that happens in the newsroom. We bring them together in a larger scale conference called SourceCon, which now sells out in seconds every year. And we bring people in through a fellowship program. These are actually our brand new fellows that we just announced 2 weeks ago at the Mozilla Festival. Ultimately, we help to make connections the way that you always have, one person at a time. Which brings us to today. We're here today, obviously, to talk about the internet and the window that it offers into the world that we live in. And I want to talk about journalism on the web and the current era it finds itself in, and the impact that that era is having on the whole of the web. And now most eras move in slowly, right? There's an innovation here, a change there, and suddenly you're somewhere else. You can't really point to any one thing that led you there, but you're suddenly in a place that's very different. And today's internet can feel like that. Right? We've moved from a wide open, anything goes web to one that's far more closed, largely cordoned off by enormous companies worth many billions of dollars, fighting tooth and nail to dominate the whole of the web. And it can feel like we got here in that same kind of way where you suddenly turn around and you wonder, well, when did this happen? Except it's not true. This new era of the web that we're in, that of essentially a web of feudal city-states, can actually be traced to mid-October 2013. This is when many web publishers started to notice something super weird. Facebook was suddenly driving tons and tons of traffic to their site. This is literally from September to October. Suddenly it was like, what is going on? And this wasn't just to new pieces, right? This wasn't just sort of, oh, we had some big news event happened and suddenly everyone came. Multiple publishers in October of 2013 suddenly discovered that the most trafficked piece to their site was 2-3 years old. They had no idea what was going on. It really felt incredibly random. And that most bizarrely, this was from a platform that really was not considered to be a major driver of news back in 2013. Back in 2013, it was Twitter and not Facebook that was really seen as the kind of news social media. And yet suddenly here was traffic, and it just kept growing. There's a fascinating story written just 2 months later, December 2013, by Robinson Mayer at The Atlantic. He's writing this story in real time, right? He's writing this story trying to make sense of this sudden increase in traffic. And it's a fascinating read. I urge everyone at some point to go back and read it because he makes predictions. He basically says, well, if this sticks around, what is this going to look like? And he gets so much more right than he gets wrong. It's really quite amazing. But the most striking thing about this article, and again, it's hard to... This is an article that was written as these events were unfolding. Everyone in it basically says the same thing. They say, we don't know what's happening. We don't know why these pieces are getting highlighted. We have no clue what changed. But oh my God, we love it, right? And please just keep on coming. And it has. This is social media traffic referrals, and you can see that big spike. That's October 2013. And Facebook just takes off from there. Month after month, traffic has grown to news sites from Facebook, and Facebook has gone from being just one of a concert of things that drive traffic to sites to the most dominant. And yet, most publishers still don't know what's happening or why, right? Facebook's decisions are a black box, and so people kind of try to figure out what's working and then see if it continues to work. And the strangest thing about this, about Facebook, is that what worked one month suddenly won't work the next. Robinson's article is written in the context of Upworthy, which you may remember. I don't know if you go to anymore. There was a moment where it felt unstoppable, right? If you're used to the internet headline convention of you won't believe what happens next, right? Upworthy figured it out. It's called the Curiosity Gap, and they basically were the first site to really weaponize it. They rode this change in Facebook to the top. The winter of 2013, spring of 2014, they were really unstoppable. And now they're just sort of a footnote. They're the first to figure this out. And the reason that they're a footnote is because ultimately they figured out an exploit to an algorithm, right? Not a business plan. And Facebook was able to optimize that exploit right out of the newsfeed. And so now we see Upworthy as much more of a cautionary tale. And yet publishers over and over and over again keep trying to be the next Upworthy. What they want is that traffic. And Facebook supplied it in droves. In fact, Facebook has now overtaken Google as the main traffic source for news. This is just unfathomable just a couple of years ago. This is a huge, huge change. And Facebook and the way it promotes this traffic and these articles has become more and more important to the economy of journalism. That is until this January. A number of recent stories have basically said this spigot is turning off, right? This article says, things fell 32%. Some publishers saw 40 up to 50%, and that's continued, right? And this article is super interesting because just like that article from The Atlantic 2 years ago, everyone's saying, we don't know what happened. It's a total mystery, right? Facebook giveth and Facebook taketh away. And while we may not know the intricacies of the algorithm, we do know that Facebook's business has changed massively in the last 2 years. Back in the summer of 2013, Facebook basically operated like the web, right? Beyond the baby photos and internet memes and status updates from your racist uncle, Facebook was tons and tons and tons of links, right? And that's how the web worked. It's interconnected. But something happened beyond that algorithm tweak in October, actually. In about December of 2013, Facebook introduces auto-playing Facebook videos. Right? And these change everything with Facebook. It basically, over the course of 2014, erased YouTube's presence from Facebook. YouTube went from being about 90% of all videos shared on Facebook to somewhere around 10 to 15%. And the message that Facebook learned from this was super clear, right? Just keep them in the stream. Keep them there, keep it unavoidable, and people stick around. After the victory of Facebook Video, sending millions of people away to sites where those news links originated doesn't make a lot of business sense. Lay on top of that a lot of that traffic was mobile, right? And they were hitting the absolute awful user experience of most news mobile sites. And you've got a problem that was ripe for solving. That solution debuted this year in the form of something called Facebook Instant Articles. Instead of sending users out to read stories, Facebook now brings those stories into Facebook. On the surface, this feels like a win-win, right? Facebook keeps people in, readers don't suffer through publishers' mobile gauntlet. So it seems like that a natural extension that, of course, we'd see traffic from Facebook drop, right? They have an internal system now for publishing stories. Why wouldn't they start to depreciate external links? You know, for publishers that are part of Instant Articles, this is great. This is an enormous opportunity. But it's especially enormous for Facebook, right? They reap all the benefits while only having to give out a tiny bit of the reward. But this is what the web looks like. And this is what this new Facebook looks like. For the open web, this is not so great. Right? This is a design pattern that breaks the entire concept of the web. Because now the incentives aren't around linking out, but instead they're around keeping people in. This is not the design pattern of the web. This is the design pattern of a casino, right? Which are built around to minute detail around keeping people in, keeping people pulling that slot machine. You know, keeping people hoping that they're going to hit that jackpot next time. And like a casino, the house always wins. Perhaps if this was a story of just the evolution of Facebook over the last 2 years, it would have less impact on the overall web. But Facebook's many victories have come at a cost to the other quasi-monopolies that exist in tech. And so now you're seeing replications of this casino design. Apple News promises to bring a casino to your phone, right? Twitter casinoed out moments when they stripped external links out of the tweets that they bundle. Through a project called AMP, Google essentially wants to fork HTML and create a casino around the entire mobile web. All of these casinos are being billed as solutions for largely self-inflicted wounds of journalism. They certainly do offer a superior mobile experience and audience in vast, really unheard numbers. And so that siren song is super alluring, right? Come, give us your content, and we'll give you more people than you can possibly handle. And yet, I can't help but think that these solutions, which boil journalism down to nothing more than text and image and video, are moving everything in the wrong direction. You know, for all the headlines around the death of news, the reality is that the last decade has seen huge leaps forward in what true web-native journalism looks like. We've seen radical rethinking of presentation, groundbreaking interactives, huge strides in data visualization, and genre-bending experimentation. And none of it, zero, works in these new solutions that are being offered by the various internet giants. They are literally not supported. You have to deliver nothing but text an image into these systems. It's as if the people that are offering to solve journalism's problems haven't been paying attention to how well many news organizations have actually been doing and pushing things forward. But that promise of endless traffic is so tempting, and so we're beginning to see the migration away from the innovation and gains of today. Losing those gains is going to be a real loss, not only to journalism, but to the web itself. Because quietly and without a lot of fanfare over the last decade, the speed and the rigor of the newsroom has proven time and again that it is an excellent testing ground for web tools. Django, Backbone, _D3, these are all tools that got their start or were heavily incubated in newsrooms. And these are tools that help to define how the modern open web is built. These are powerful open source tools bringing open information out into the open web. It's rare that any of these innovations, any of these tools, any of these technologies are simply about text and images or straight video, which is the confining definition of journalism put forward by Facebook, by Apple, and by others. I mean, really, these definitions are the technologies of last century. Right? They are not the technologies of today. And so we're losing the vital reimagining of journalism. We're losing what it should be when it's made today. All of this innovation, all this information, all of this vital work in helping to understand how the world works, this goes away in the instant article, Apple News, Google AMP reality. We seed our information, we seed our inability to innovate, we seed our inability to disseminate that information. We hand it over willingly in the name of enormous audience. I labored for a really long time writing this talk. I'll actually be honest, I wrote a draft and then I wrote 3 other talks and then finally came back to this draft very late in the game. My struggle was really this. I like to talk about hope. And it's hard to find hope here. You know, there are literal giants battling for dominance of the web right now. And me and you and everyone could just wind up collateral damage from this. It could very well be that the open web as we know it is coming to an end. There's not a lot of hope in it. Except I really hope that actually says accept. Could just say, fuck you, I have no idea. Except I think people are pretty incredible. And every community I've ever been a part of is astounding in its resiliency. You know, punk rock grew out of the frustration of the state of mainstream media. The state of mainstream music. It's just kids that didn't know how to play guitars, and they ended up changing the world. And all of that journalism innovation grew out of the frustration of the state of mainstream news. You know, these were just folks, people already in the newsroom, hacking together new ideas, and those ideas ended up changing the world and ended up changing the web. You know, today, it feels like there's only one scale. Right, this massive web scale. There's only one type of growth allowed, this kind of hockey stick VC-funded growth. There's only one way to build a company with millions of dollars of investment at billions of dollar valuation. And yet look at the heaping pile of garbage that is this web scale internet. It's become a web of a few massive companies, each creating closed spaces that consolidate their audience. They don't spread it across the web as a whole. It's become less open than it was even just a few short years ago. It has less opportunity for experimentation, for that kind of odd and unusual that really defined the way the web grew. Maybe chasing VC dollars and the scale that they require wasn't the best idea. You know, in the pursuit of that massive money, we left so much by the side of the road. We ignored people and craft and community. And so here we are now, awash in this crap web-scale internet. We have a web that's less open, less interconnected, and less full of possibility than it should be. What we see in the instant articleification of the web is the end game of web scale. The only audience that matters is the biggest audience possible. And so lock them in and keep them in. But biggest is super uninteresting. Right? People get cool when their numbers are not infinity. We don't have to play this game of web scale. We can declare scale bankruptcy. Right? Let's start over and let's build in the rubble of the giants' battles. You know, let's build stuff for 100 people. Let's build things for 1,000 people. Not every idea has to scale. Not everything you build has to become a business. You can build for fun. You can hack together stupid shit, right? You can learn something new and then teach it to someone else. And that's where it gets really exciting. You build and you share and you build and you share. And piece by piece, one by one, we create a better web. This is how change happens. It happens person by person, one by one. It happens in rooms like this. It happens with the people that you don't know that you're sitting next to right now. A better web is possible. A web that is about people again. A web that's about building together. A web that's about community. This is still something we can do despite the massive things happening outside. We do what we always do. We build around the edges, right? And we build up something new. So let's do that. You know, today's the day we start. And let's build that new web together. Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed. I think what I will take with me from today is the house always wins. If the house always wins, how do we gather the magic number of punks we need to overthrow the casino? Is there a good way to network that lets us build stupid shit together, that takes it outside of Facebook and Google, all these giants? What are we doing? How can we do this?
You turn to the person sitting next to you and you introduce yourself, right? And you say what you do, and they say what they do, and you say what's exciting to you, and they say what's exciting to them, and you just start, right? You don't start by saying we're going to take down the house, right? It just doesn't work that way, you know. I mean, it works in Ocean's 11, right? That was 11 people, so maybe that's what we need, right?
11 people.
But it starts small, right? And it grows from there. But you know, if you start with the end goal of we're taking down giants, you never get there, right? You just start with what is right in front of you, which is people, and you build together.
Do you think maybe part of the problem is that the young generation of internet doers today are dreaming of the big payoff, dreaming of the IPO, dreaming of selling out and making money, instead of like maybe the original generation, the original builders of the web wanted to make something for a better future? And how do we change the kids' attitude? You have all the answers, right?
Yeah, I don't think we do, right? I mean, the allure of money and the allure of scale is not new, right? The want to kind of cash out and sell out, that's always been there. And there have always been people, especially young people, that sit and stare and point and go, that's bullshit, right? So I don't think that has gone away. It's just a lot harder to see now. You know, one of the things it's hard about it not being 12,000 punks in the entire world, and instead being billions of people across the internet, is it's very hard to then go, oh wait, but 12,000 people matter too, right? Or 100 people matter too, or 3 people matter too. And that's, you know, we have to reshift that thinking.
Thank you. And speaking of building stupid shit together, of course we have another clock.
This is going to be amazing in U.S. Customs.
Yes, they're going to love it.
They're going to just be so thrilled.
But at least you can show them how it works and tell them that the president loves it.
It's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan Sinker.
Excellent.
Thank you for coming. Ja, Ann-Marie, det var morgonens keynotes. Vad ska vi säga? Nu är det dags för en otroligt spännande och inspirerande dag på era spår.
Definitivt.
Först är det förstås dags för kaffe.
Ja, men innan vi nämner ens det här med kaffe, glöm inte att vi ses igen för vår lunch keynote. Som kommer bli jättespännande. Då ses vi här igen.
Ja. Och årets nyhet i Jobintagd är att ni direkt utanför A1 här har en fråga ni kan svara på genom att blippa ja eller nej. Och så ser vi vad Internetdagarna tycker. Vi ses till lunch. Tack.
You by my side, so that I never feel alone again. They've always been so kind, but now they brought you away from me. I hope they didn't get your mind. Your heart is too strong anyway. We need to fetch back the time stolen from us. And I want you, we can bring it on the floor. We've never danced like this before. We don't talk about it, dancing on, do the boogie all night long. Stoned in paradise, shouldn't talk about it. I want you, we can bring it on the floor.
my life for real. This ain't real, this ain't true, this ain't what I signed up to. This ain't right, it's no good, no good. Oh, everything is changing, and I've been here for too long. Going through the same things, I've been hurting so long. Got to move on, say I can't do this anymore. If everything is changing, then I know, yeah, gotta let go. Gotta let go.
So if everyone could take their seats, I think we're about ready to start. And as this room seats about 1,350 people, and we are somewhere around 100, it would be nice if we could all gather up in the middle. So hi, welcome to the first edition of the Nordic Domain Days, a domain industry event focused on the cooperation and communication between registry and registrar in the evolving market that we operate in. My name is Lars Goran Forsberg, but you can all call me LG. That's what my friends and colleagues do. I have long since celebrated 10 years in the business. I've seen both sides of the fence, but I think that's more than enough about me. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to Sweden, Stockholm, and to the Waterfront Congress Center. And I look forward to sharing these 2 days of sessions and socials with you, and I hope that I will have an opportunity to talk with each and every one of you. As most of you have noticed by now, Nordic Domain Days is part of something bigger. The Internet Days is a long-running IT conference with over 15 years of history. During these days, we will share keynotes, the expo area, coffee breaks and lunch, drinks, with over 2,000 of the brightest minds of the Swedish internet crowd. While there's always been a session, a track, or maybe even a day of domain names during the Internet Days, it's only just recently that this event has started to evolve. It is our intent to deliver a focused event where key issues relevant today is being discussed in a single track, so that there is no picking, no choosing. You can listen to all of the content relating to domain names. At the event, there will be plenty of time to renew our acquaintances and tie new ones, to make sure that you have a lasting and good memory of these days. With that said, I would like to briefly introduce our program. There we go. Each of these 2 days starts at 9 with keynotes here in the auditorium, after which we have coffee in the expo area, and the domain name, before the domain name content starts. Today, the first session is the local domain name market, where insights on how changes on the global level affects the local market will be shared. By the time all has been revealed, I think we will have a healthy appetite, so lunch will be in order. With energy and focus refueled, we continue with the second session of the day, a panel discussion on the communication and cooperation between registry and registrar, with a coffee break in between takes us all the way to the end of the sessions of today. At 5 o'clock each evening, both today and tomorrow, after the sessions has ended, there will be drinks and snacks in the expo area where you can hang out and socialize. But this evening's main event, the Nordic Domain Days Social, starts at 8 at the nearby restaurant and bar Blekholmen. The tickets for this social event will be handed out at the door as you leave this session right before lunch. They look like this. So don't miss that. If someone, for some reason, can't get their ticket, come find me, you will get one, and there will be a list at the door at the restaurant so you can get in. To make sure that you find your way there, there will be a group departing from the venue. We will gather up at the doors leading out from the expo area to the reception at 8. There will also be a couple of staff hanging around to see if there are any disoriented travelers with a ticket in hand to make sure you get there. Tomorrow, the day starts with the same procedure as today. An Internet Days keynote leads the way at 9 o'clock, and the first domain name session starts at 10:30. The first session, Who is the Customer? A discussion on data validation, approaches the topic of collection and validation of registrant data, and we will get to listen to representatives from both registries and registrars that work with this on a daily basis. In the same fashion as today, the first session will be followed by lunch in the expo area and a short keynote here in the auditorium. We go back into session one last time to get an update regarding domain names in and out of court. This dual topic session gives both insight into how domain names are being handled in court cases today and how the world of dispute resolution is developing. The full program with time for each keynote session and cup of coffee is available on the Nordic Domain Days website if you ever feel lost. And should you at any time need a refreshing drink or a piece of chocolate, just look to the table at my right. And with that, the time has come to start the first session of the day, and I would like to please welcome my friend and colleague, Torbjörn Karlsson, head of IIS Registry and the moderator of the local domain name market, to the stage.
Thank you, Helge. Okay, the Nordic is 5 countries: Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Iceland, and Finland. We were supposed to have Norway here on the stage talking about the Norwegian market, but unfortunately Hilde Tunen from Nordic is sick, but we have 4 out of 5 Nordic countries here. So in this session, we start with a short brief from a representative from each country talking about the local market. And if we have time, we take a short break so you just can stretch your legs and have some refreshments. And after that, we continue with Michael from Black Knight. He's going to talk about the Irish market. It's very interesting because they have the local CCTLD, of course, but they also have .irish in that market. And we end up this session with a panel discussion with all the speakers on the stage and me as a moderator. So first of all, I want to welcome Lise Fur from our neighbor Denmark. Lise will present herself and also talk about the Danish domain name market. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Lise Fur. I'm from DK Hostmaster. I'm the COO of DK Hostmaster and DFO. I hope this is working because it doesn't seem to change. But I can sing and dance if you want that instead. Hey, that's a good one. Yeah. Well, maybe we should turn my screen and I can, oh, that one is fine. Okay. Thank you. Well, in Denmark, we have the Danish Internet Forum. And the Danish Internet Forum is an association that represents the private users, the professional users, and the providers. This is our multi-stakeholder part of the domain industry in Denmark, of .dk. DIFO is founded in '99. It's a non-profit association. Our members has to be organizations, so no private companies, no private persons can be a member. You have to be like you have the consumer organizations, we have the registrar organizations. So we have different members, and it's free to be a member. DIFO owns DK Hostmaster by 100%, and the focus of DIFO is on strategy, policy, and governance issues. So DIFO is the organization that goes out and have the international part of .dk work. We have 15 member organizations, and our board has 9 members, and they have to represent all 3 kinds of members. And you have to say, I'm representing the private users, or the professional users, or providers. DIFO in Denmark, we are regulated, so we have a contract with the Danish Business Authority regarding the administration of .dk. As you can see, the contract runs from this year, June, until June 2021. Normally, we had a tender every 6 years. Now we have instead, we have to have a public consultation if DIFO and DK Hostmaster are doing the work well enough, and if we do, there's not going to be a tender. If people are very dissatisfied, there will be a tender. We had before an actual agreement with the Danish Business Authority. That's been changed to an executive order, and that means that they can change the conditions if the market change, if you want new technology introduced or other things. Well, DK Hostmaster is the operational part, and that's also a not-for-profit company. It has the operational focus. We are not that many people. We are 35 employees. This is a sole registry model. The sole registry model means that you as a registrar would register a domain name with .dk, but after the second year, we will send the invoice to the registrant, unless the registrant said that they want you to be the payer or to be taking care of their domain name. So we hold the contract with the actual registrant, and of course with registrars. Well, DK Hostmasters in numbers. We have 1.32 million domain names. I checked it yesterday. And usually we say we have almost 1.3. Now we have 1.32. We have 68,000 IDNs. We have more than 700,000 unique user IDs. And our market share is, according to Center, 73.4% of the market. If you look at the numbers of domain names compared with per capita, we're number 4 in CCTLD world. As you can see, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, and the Netherlands have more domain names per capita than we have. But we actually have a very good share of domain names per capita in Denmark. A domain name in Denmark is quite cheap. It costs 36 Danish kroner, or almost €5 a year. And this is a price that we charge the registrar for year 1, and we charge the registrant from year 2, 3, and onwards. You can only have a discount if you choose 5 years, then you pay only for 4 years. What kind of registrants do we have? We actually publish this every year, But as you can see, we have 400,000 who are private persons, 265 is companies, association is 27,000. Public authorities are almost 8,000, and we also have a large amount that didn't list where they belonged. This is because the database is old, of course, so before we made it mandatory to list where you belonged, we had a lot of people registering domain names without saying what type they are. If we look at the registrars, we have a top 9. I didn't get a top 10. This is not listed according to who has the most. This is just listed alphabetically. So these are our top of the registrars. And if we look at our market shares, well, we published last year that we had 74.3%. It's a little more than a center actually measured. But I don't know if ours is an estimate, centers is an estimate. So I put in the numbers that we published last year. And if you see 5% comes from the Nordic countries, and Denmark.se, NO, FIS, and GL. GL is Greenland. And 3.5 comes from .eu. And then we have other CCTLDs that actually have 3.3. .com is not very big in Denmark. It's got 8.6, but I don't think that's a large amount when you think about .com globally. We have 1.1.org, and the rest, other GTLDs are 1.3. So totally, we're very satisfied with the numbers we have in Denmark. We think the market is quite saturated because we see a growth of a little below 3% a year. We still have a growth. We thought it would actually decline. It hasn't. It's been steady around 3% the last couple of years. Every year we think, oh, now we hit the line where there's no more growth, but we still have a growth. So for us at the moment, and I know we're going to talk about new GTLDs, we haven't seen that much of impact. We're waiting to see if the next coming couple of years is going to impact our CCTLD, but so far we only seen that the growth has continued in contradiction to our actual thoughts of what it would do. And with that, I will say thank you for listening. And I put in questions, but I know we're going to have the panel debate, so I will defer the questions to the panel debate after our break. Thank you.
Okay, next Nordic country on the stage is Finland. So therefore, Mr. Johannes Joselius, very welcome. Thank you.
Is this working? Can you hear me? Good. So thank you, Torbjörn. Thank you, LG, for inviting me here. It's really an honor to be here. And so my name is Johannes Joselius. I come from Finnish Communications Regulatory Authority. So I think I'm the first civil servant here today. And I'm head of products and services in our agency. And I think this .fi is the major service me and my team are responsible for there. So it's the important part of our agency. There are about 12 people working for as full day for domain names in our registry, and we have been responsible for .fi domain names since 1997. We got administrative role that year, and in 2002 we got technical role operating fully this CCTLD. Let's see if this works. It works, good. Here you can see this blue line. Actually, it's not line, it's a blue curve in the middle of the screen. It's number of the register.fi domain names. It's almost like a line, and there are only very few exceptions in it, and I can even name them all. The first exception here, this, I'm sorry, wrong button, here. There was a small increase in 2005. It was the moment when we launched IDNs. And then a few years later, we opened registrations for private persons, getting small additional increase for registrations. And then there are 2 drops next, and these drops, they are because of the Domain Name Act. So we have a special law in Finland for domain names, and this law became into force in 2003. And according to this law, all domain names that were registered earlier or on the same day when this law was implemented got a 3-year period of validity. So whatever was this initial term or validity, they got 3 more years when this law became into force. And therefore, after 3 years after this law in 2003, I mean this law became into force in 2003, and so after 3 years in 2006, and then after another 3 years in 2009, we got a quite remarkable drop in our registrations, but it was just due to this special day when the huge amount of domain names expired on the same day, basically. So these drops are those domain names that were not renewed on that day. Then on the graph there are 2 more drops, but actually they are not real drops. We changed our reporting system and reporting processes on those days, so nothing happened really there. And since January 2013, we have had really stable growth. It's almost like a line. So I put there on the screen straight red line for comparison, so it's really close to our actual number of registrations. Our annual growth during the past 12 months between October 2014 and October 2015 was 5.7%, which was quite nice. We do have a lot of registrars, roughly 2,600. But quite many of them are quite small. So those are registrars with less than 1,500, oh, sorry, we have 1,500 registrars with less than 10 domains. And we have 2,300 registrars with less than 100 domains. So a lot of small registrars. But we have big ones as well. So we have 56 registrars with more than 10,000, or actually, sorry, with more than 1,000 domains. 56 registrars with more than 1,000 domains. And the 5 biggest registrars, there are Nebula, Elisa, Louhinet, Suomen Hosting Palvelu, and Askio Technologies. So 4 biggest registrars, they are from Finland. And 3 of those 4 registrars are pure hosting companies. And some recognized trend, very recent trend, is that international registrars are coming more and more interested in selling .fi domain names as well. This slide is about the market share of registrars. So the biggest 5 registrars are having market share of 28%. 10 biggest are having market share of 44%, and top 20 is having 60%. Then about the registrations, so we have more than 377,000 domain names right now. And the renewal rate, well, all I can say it's quite high, but I don't know for sure how high is it, because this calculation of this renewal rate is a very new feature in our reporting system, and we have not verified this actual value. So it might be that number I have here, but it might not be. But all I can say, it's quite high. And .fi domain name can be registered for 1, 3, or 5 years, and this 1-year option is really the most popular one, both for registrations and for renewals as well. And the price for 1-year registration is 12 euros now, and this is the first year when we bypass 4 million euros turnover level. Then a few words about holders. So we have more than 200,000 holders right now, and on average one holder has 1.87 domain names. 14% of domains are owned by private persons. And then some other statistics. So we launched IDNs in 2005, and we have about 10,000 of them nowadays, so it's 3% of the all domain names we have. We also did launch DNSSEC a couple of years ago, and we have 274 signed domain names. So I'm not talking about thousands, but simply 274 domains. So it's not that much, and we are still waiting for DNSSEC to become a success. Well, then a few words about holders more. So the origin of the holders, according to the Domain Name Act, only Finnish organizations and Finnish private persons are allowed to have .fi domain names. So the official truth is that 100% of our holders are located in Finland, but according to our database, it's not necessarily the case. So the most typical lawbreaker or criminal comes from Sweden. But well, also there are those lawbreakers in other Nordic countries and neighboring countries as well. So you are not alone, don't worry. And the market share, this is based on center statistics. And according to this information, our market share is 53%, which is quite a nice level compared to other Scandinavian countries except .dk. And we have a lot of .coms, .nets in Finland, and my best guess, it's not a knowledge, it's my best guess that these .coms, .nets, they were registered during the early 2000s when we had very strict rules for getting a .fi domain name. So there were a lot of people, a lot of organizations that couldn't get a .fi domain name, so they would have to choose .com or .net. But if you walk on the streets in Helsinki or read Finnish newspapers, so you can hardly see any other internet addresses than those ending with .fi. So I would say that our visible market share is very high. And then about new GTLDs, so there are about 7,000 new GTLDs registered in Finland. And the most, or the biggest TLDs are .club, .xyz, and .online in Chinese. And I think this .online in Chinese, it's on that list because the registry is owned by Finns, so maybe they bought their own domain names as well. But those new GTLDs, they are not visibly used at all in Finland. I have seen only one new GTLD in use in Finland, and that was during very international Schloss event 2 weeks ago. So probably it was not owned by Finns. And what is the reason why there has not been any more success for new GTLDs? I think it's up to the registrars, because they do not offer new GTLDs automatically. I think they offer them by request, but it's not the default. And now this was my last slide about statistics. I will a bit move forward to our new business model. We are going to have a similar kind of change in a year that .se had in 2009. It's not exactly the same kind of change, because we are not changing only our processes, but we are going to change our policies as well. And one of the biggest reasons, not the only one, but one of the biggest, are those new GTLDs, of course, because we have not seen them yet, but it's quite sure that they will cause the increased competition at some day. And also, those when they are popping up, they will change the rules of our industry anyway. So something needs to be done, and therefore, quite many years ago, we already drafted changes to our Domain Name Act, because everything we do is written in the law, so we have to change the law when we want to change our own things. So we proposed those changes to our ministry, and ministry proposed those changes to the parliament, and parliament passed the law, and now this new law is about to come into force September 5th, 2016. So just remember that day, September 5th, 2016. It's a big day for us. And what are the changes? We're going to move to pure registrar model, so we're going to stop serving direct customers. And we are not going to set up any .fi direct service like .sc did, so we are just going to stop serving direct customers, and that's it. And we're going to have full liberalization at the same time, so we are not requiring any age limits for private persons anymore. We are not requiring any local presence anymore, so everyone, everywhere can have a .fi domain name, even those lawbreakers in Sweden or everywhere. And we are not requiring name servers anymore from domain names, and we are not going to have any list of restricted names anymore. We're going to have EPP as standard as possible on that day, and we're going to allow secondary markets as well. Nowadays, secondary markets are only partly allowed, but in the future, we have no restrictions for them anymore. And from registrar point of view, we're going to have a very simple accreditation process, and we are not collecting any fees from registrars. But there's always this one but. We're going to have very strict new security requirements. And I want to also highlight that there's one thing that won't change. It's the protection of trademarks and company names. So they will remain protected in the future as well. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can ask them here or maybe afterwards after this session as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juhani.
Welcome.
I'm a criminal, or? Okay. Our next speaker, Jens Peter Jensen, is from the smallest Nordic country. They are performing extremely well in sports. And now we will see if they're performing as well in the domain name market.
In the domain
very
name
welcome.
business. Thank you. Thank you very much. My presentation will be different as I come from a different country. You're not right, Thorbjörn, we're not the smallest country. We're just the smallest population. Yeah. Iceland is quite big. It's 103,000 square kilometers. I think Denmark is 31,000 or something. DOT is founded in 1986. The oldest domain is the domain of the University of Iceland. Is registered in December 1986. So it's one of the very first domains registered in the world. And we have an employee. He's our CTO. His name is Marius Olafsson, and he actually got the domain .is domain handed out by the founder, one of the founding fathers of the internet, John Paul. What's his name? Yeah, right. So we have that letter. I should have placed a picture of it. We have that letter from that was also an email, and probably you also have those emails, the very first emails, and they were, "Hello, we are here. Are you receiving us?" And that was the handout of the domain as well. So I came to the registry in 2007. And from 2000 to 2007, it was owned by Vodafone, a telephone company, which was in fact a horrible situation. A big telephone operation owning a registry was something very unhealthy, but the reason for that was that the state and the University of Iceland and some other state organizations sold the shares in the registry. So the registry came fully private in the year 2000, but 93% of the shares came in the hands of Vodafone in Iceland. So in 2007, I and 13 other young, well, we were young then, we were not young anymore. 13 other investors, we bought the shares from Vodafone, and now the company is owned by 26 people and small companies. Biggest share owner is myself with 29.5%, and that is unique. I haven't met anyone in any meetings lately where I meet a CEO that owns the registry, and you might even think that this is really peculiar, and I agree with you. It is peculiar. It is unique. Since the new GTLTs came, the situation has changed, and I was, like my colleagues, I was really waiting for more competition, and I was waiting for a flood of domains coming into the market. That hasn't happened neither in Iceland, and as far as I know, there's only one new GTLT on the market, and that's .bike. And we have a lot of bike lists in Iceland now. It's really become popular, not as popular as handball and football, but the .bike has around 3,000 domains in Iceland, which is quite in that very small market. We sell every single domain for $29.90, and you might think that is a high price, but it used to be much higher. This was the situation when we came in. It was as a year 2006 in the autumn. We had the registry ISNIC had 15,000 domains, and every single domain costed $89.90 the first year. We had a big sign-up fee and renewal fee of $59.90. So no wonder they were not selling very many domains. Actually, the Vodafone thought that domains would not. This would be the roof back then in 2006. And I remember a meeting where the foreman of the company, of the board, he said, "We are now reaching 15,000 domains. That's not going to get any more. Let's sell it." And so in 2007, the new board lifted almost all hindrances. So and sign-up fee was, of course, first to go. And strangely enough, you couldn't pay with a credit card until in 2007. So actually, we didn't have to do much to get the domain growth starting. And now, 2015, we have, after having an annual growth of about 15% for 9 years, we only have 55,500 domains, and that's very little in comparison with other domains. And especially, it's very little when you think of what a beautiful domain it is. It is the .is. I'm not going to talk about the domain statistics that you can look it up on our website. It's isnic.is, of course. I want to talk about how we see the marketing of the domain today. It's been a puzzle to marketing a domain because it's not something that you can just hand out and say, "Here you have your domain," but you have to think of it yourself. You have to produce it. So we are only this is awareness marketing, more or less. And it was only was in the autumn that I was getting kind of bored in my job. I was just can be honest about that. So there was this American, he came actually sailing to Iceland with his family. And I just grabbed the opportunity and I said, let's just do our marketing through the sailing. We need to have some fun at it. Because if we don't have fun at our job, we're not going to succeed. So what we did, we sponsored a sailing family, and which is now in I think they're now in Holland, going to France, or they're probably now in France, yes. But and they are taking part in all those sailing events and sending us pictures, doing this with Twitter and Facebook, of course. And the reason why I write here the new enemies turned out to be good is that when Facebook was really getting into the skies, we thought, this is it. We're not going to sell any more domains. Who's going to need a domain? Everybody has a page. And then it turned slowly, and it's really showing us results in this year that our Facebook page is becoming the #1 drive to our site where people register domains. So Facebook is actually helping us with relative cheap marketing of the domain. And who would have thought that? Yeah, this is our slogan. What is your internet ID? The market in Iceland is so small that to be able to cope up with the evolution and all the things that we must do, we need to sell more domains outside Iceland. We've been struggling with that because we don't have this conventional registrar model, and actually within the company, and Marius Olafsson, our CTO, is fully against it. He said, what do we need the registrar model? Why not just keep on with direct registrations? So this is still what we are doing, and there's no plan of changing this. But we are struggling getting people to our side and registering a .is domain. While we have about 25% of our total registrations are abroad. 12% of them are in the States. But this is part of our crew. It's called the Coconuts, and of course they have coconuts.is. And just recently they sent me this video that they made in Amsterdam. They were trying to go to the boat and they forgot their cards. And how do I turn it on? Okay. Now, well, yeah, I see. I thought this was going to play automatically. Oh, it's a pity because it's a really nice video. What does the technician say? But anyway, we've started to see that registrations are now coming in after the 2013 and 2014. We thought that this was really going to go downhill, and like Lisa was saying, I was also expecting that the growth rate would eventually go to 0, and we would have a decline after that. But luckily, that hasn't happened. And now we are in this year about 7 or 8%. It's of course a very low number when you only have 55,000 domains. You only have 5,000 new ones at a year. But still, I'm happy that we are growing and selling every single domain at $29.90. The registrars in the States, they are selling .is domains up to $100, so they are even making more money out of it as we are. But too bad I couldn't show you the Coconuts video, but I'll do it afterwards, directly from YouTube, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens Peter. I hope you haven't seen any increasing demands from the Middle East for your top-level.
No, yeah, well, okay, yeah, good you mentioned it. I could, of course, tell you about it. That was a year ago. ISIS, of course, they, well, not of course, but sadly, they did register 2 domains, khalifa.is and khalifa with an H in the end, .is. And this got, we got to know about it on Twitter, and this was all over the media. And for good or for bad, the saying says that bad publicity is better than none, but this one was really bad, and it has just hurt us, and we're really frustrated about this connection. And actually, I would like to do like the French. We talk about the dash,
yeah,
not the ISIS, and definitely not is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now it's my turn to talk about the Swedish domain market. So let's see if we can get my presentation up and running. Yeah, I'm head of the IIS registry. Means that we are actually running 2 top-level domains, .se and .nu. IIS is a foundation. We don't have any shareholders. We have bylaws which stipulates our work, and the wishes. You can compare it with the owner of a normal company. They decide what the profit and other things are going into. Here we have the bylaws. If we see our ccTLD.se, there are 2 major events in the history. In 2003, we opened up for anybody to register whatever they wanted. And in 2009, we did adopt the register-registrar model, and then we went on the EPP track. The growth has been, the last 2-3 years, a little bit upside down sometimes, not a steady growth. But the last year, we have seen a nice growth, and we are working hard with campaigns together with our registrars. So there are some nice figures, and this year will be a very good year for the .se. In the DNSSEC area, we were the first TLD to sign the zone, and we're close to 50% now in total sign. I think we can reach that in the beginning of next year. Also in Sweden, all the major ISPs are resolving, so the resolver side is using DNSSEC. So that's one of the things I'm very proud of. About the holders, in total we have more than 600,000 holders. And if you see here, this slide shows that it's 11% foreign holders. I know that in the pie slice foreign companies, 9%, we also have a lot of foreign companies owned by Swedes. So it's a typical domestic domain, the .se, really domestic. The average domains by holders is 2.15, and if we see what have happened here is that actually we have a lot of new customers coming in. So next slide is actually showing a trend which we have seen the last 2 years. If you look here, this was the situation in February 2014, and this is the situation this year in February. This is good because we have more and more new customers buying the first domain, and we have less domainers. They are decreasing. So the trend for the last 2 years is that the large domain holders, domainers, the PPC people, the SEO people, they are cutting down their portfolios. And that's good for a registrar, I would say. I prefer to have new customers with one domain instead of have money with a lot of domains. We have a few registrars dominating the market. As you can see in this slide, there is the top 5 are close to 70% and the top 10, 78%. In this slide, you also can see .se Direct. When we launched the new business model 2009, the holders had an offer to stay at .se. So we formed our own registrar. So we have a registrar in the market for .se, not for .nu. But for .se, we have .se Direct. But .se Direct don't offer any services. And regarding to the price in the market, the wholesale price for .se domain is around €9, and the market price for the top 5 registrars are 25% above the wholesale price. .se Direct has a much higher retail price, so they are slowing down. So they used to be actually the largest registrar. About the market share, .se is the market leader, close to 75%. But .com is very strong and has been for many years in Sweden. .nu is performing very well, and .nu have 3 primary markets. It's Sweden, Denmark, and the Netherlands, and that's because it means now in those 3 the 3 languages. If we see the new GTLDs, this slide is from the end of Q2. And at that time, there were only 11,200 Swedish holders in total for all the new GTLDs. So if we put that all together, it will be a market share around 1%. And what have you seen so far? The visibility is quite bad for the new GTLDs in Sweden. When I go to work by underground and bus, I always check all the marketing around me. And so far, I haven't seen in any marketing, any company, any brand holders in so far using a new GLT in the URL. They are either using, of course, .se, but you can also see .nu for campaigns and also .com. What about .Stockholm? .Stockholm is in the road zone, but it's not launched. It's owned by the municipality of Stockholm. So in one way, I'm a shareholder of .Stockholm as a taxpayer. And that could also be a problem for .Stockholm if they want to be too commercial. I mean, it's the tax money we're talking about. So we don't know so much about the plans for Stockholm. A couple of years ago, the municipality said they would use it for marketing Stockholm as a city, but we don't know. Our major registrars, some of them are selling the new top-level domains. Some are not, actually. The third largest registrar looking into new registration are not have not yet launched the new GTLDs. This is the figures a month ago, and this was then .club was the largest new GTLD. Since then, actually it's .one. .one is our second largest registrar. One.com has .one also in their front page. High visibility for their customers. So probably that's the reason why that now is the largest new GTLD in the Swedish market. Okay, before we have a very short break, I want to mention a little bit about the Norwegian domain name market. And as far as I know, the Norwegians in total are 5.5 million people, and the .nu domain has around 700,000 registrations. But I know there are some friends from Norid, the Norwegian registry up here. So maybe you can fill in with some statistics or something you want to add, so the audience know a little bit about the Norwegian domain name market. Okay. Can we get the microphone working?
Here we go.
Yeah, great.
I'm on. Hi, Unni from Norid. First, apologies from Hilde. She's coughing like you don't want to know, basically.
No.
There's a pneumonia involved. We have had a registrar model since 2000, year 2000. Roughly 350 registrars. The peculiarity for our market is that the 10 largest registrars hold about 73% of all the NO domains.
Okay.
So we have a lot of small registrars, lots and lots of those. DNSSEC-wise, we have about 15 or so, 15, 16 registrars who use it actively. Fortunately, several of those are really, really big registrars, so we have some 56% of the NO zone is signed. The next challenge for us there is to get the resolver side working, which is what we're looking at next. Other statistics is we have a steady 85-86% renewal rate, which we're quite happy with. We want to keep it there. We still have a growth, about 4.5% growth last year and this year. I have my team back home have been hammering on their keyboard, so I just got the note saying that there was a 4.7% growth between November and November, so quite happy with that. As for the new GTLDs, I can only say me too. We don't see them a lot so far. As a curiosity, just like Juhani said, I also saw one of the really new ones last week. We were at the startup fair, and one of the stand holders there, some internet company, had a .space domain that they promoted. I'm sure we're going to see a bit more of that, where people use those new TLDs as part of their promoting themselves to sort of stand out even more. But how much of an impact that will have, I've no idea so far. So if anyone has other questions about the .no market and so on, just come and talk to us later. You can find me very easily. You don't see it so well on the picture here, but my hair is very, very pink.
Okay, the lady with the pink hair, just. Oh. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And we can sum the Nordic situation with that those 5 countries in total have 26 million population, and the total amount of registered domain names in the CCTLDs are together 3.8 millions, and I estimate that totally registered, including legal CNU GTLDs in the Nordic countries, is above 5 million domain names. I estimate it to 5.1 million domain names, actually. So that was the Nordic. After the very short break, Mikael Nylon from Black Knight is going to continue about what happened on the Irish market. But now, just 5 minutes, and find yourself some refreshments over here from our sponsors, and also some giveaways. Just go ahead. So we will be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Please take your seats. We continue now. Okay, please welcome Mikael from Black Knight.
Good afternoon or morning. Sorry, I'm a bit confused time zone-wise. Just back from the US, so it's either the middle of the night or the middle of the afternoon. I'm not too sure. Okay, so far this morning you've heard from a lot of country code people. I have nothing to do with country codes. I mean, I'm on the board of various ones, but I'm a dirty, filthy registrar. I like to make money. I'm not interested in making the world a better place. I'm more interested in buying shiny objects and that kind of thing. So the Irish market's a bit weird for many reasons, because we've ended up in a situation where we have what could be seen as two TLDs competing for the same market. Potentially. So the Irish CCTLD is .ie. It's been around for, I think it's about 17 or 18 years. And now we have our own new TLD, .irish. So when I prepared these slides, this is, by the way, historic for me. I actually had the slides done in advance. Doesn't normally happen. At the time that I did the slides, there were just about 1,500 registrations in .irish versus about 200,000 in .ie. Those numbers have changed a little bit, but not dramatically. So you've got the kind of David versus Goliath type scenario. So .ie, it's been around for, as I said, about 17 or so years. .irish has been around since earlier this year. So what's been happening? What are the differences? What are the challenges? Oh, and by the way, who am I, in case you don't know? Ultimately, from our perspective, you look at businesses, small businesses, they want to get a domain, or do they? I'd actually argue they don't care about domain names. They want to get online. They want to get their business online. They want to get a website. They want to get email. They want to get various services. So how many domain names realistically are they going to register? Probably only one or two. So for us, what we've been trying to do with .irish is to come up with ways of marketing it actively, because the .irish TLD has one thing that the .ie TLD doesn't have. It's open. Any of you who want to, you can register a .irish TLD. Do you all drink Irish beer? Yes? There, see? Perfect. You're all Irish at heart. So this is the key thing. We're here in Stockholm. How far do I have to walk to get to an Irish bar in Stockholm? 3-minute walk? Perfect. If we were in Sydney, how far would I have to walk? 5 minutes? Same in Paris, same in London. Irish as a kind of a brand globally is huge. How many of you know Irish people, excluding me? Most of the audience. By the way, the lighting in here is terrible. I'm so blind, it's brilliant. So one of the thing with .ie country code is it's super restricted. You have to basically, go out there. You get a small animal. You hurt the small animal a lot. You maybe kill the small animal, and then maybe after you have sacrificed animals, spent a ridiculous amount of time, sent in multiple emails, multiple faxes, given a blood sample, all that, then maybe, if you're lucky, and if it's a full moon, you might get a .ie domain. Maybe. Not guaranteed, huh? Whereas with .irish, it's open to the world. So the .irish market potential is huge. There are millions and millions of people around the globe who consider themselves to be Irish or have an affinity with Ireland. So we've been trying to market it using this kind of cute graphics like the "Kiss Me, I'm Irish" type thing. Trying to expose the concept of .Irish to a global market. Yes, my graphic artist loves to use that image. You know, exposing the people to the concept, this idea of an option. Thinking beyond .ie. But so far, obviously, it hasn't really worked. Or has it? I mean, there's two ways to look at it. You can look at it in terms of, okay, there's a very small number of domains registered, but there's lots of potential. Or you can look at it and say, well, oh my God, there should be way more domains registered so far. But we're going to see what happens, and there's some interesting things, hopefully, in the future. But again, going back to your small business, all they want is to get online. They want to get an online presence, they want to get their email, they want to get their website. They're used to things like the domains that have been out there for years and years. Getting them to look to other domain names is going to be a bit of an uphill struggle. I mean, just looking at the ones I have up there, these are the kind of list of TLDs that somebody could be offered when they go to our website or to the website of any of our competitors. .com, you see it everywhere in the Irish market and in the US market. .com is pretty much everywhere. In Ireland, .ie has got a heavy enough presence, even though in common with a lot of country codes, it's an awkward domain to register. It's still got a big market presence. .eu in Ireland isn't that popular. I mean, it's doing okay, but not very popular. .irish, say it's the new kid on the block. But we're seeing people registering domains across, you know, a variety of different TLDs, but in common with the other speakers that say, yeah, sure. So far to date, the take-up hasn't exactly been gigantic. You know, you're coming, if you look at it in some respects, it's almost tempting to say to people, look, here, just register this domain and go online. Because when a small business person who's not that technical goes to your website, it's like going into a Chinese restaurant. You've all got Chinese restaurants? Yeah? Okay. How many items are on a menu in a Chinese restaurant? Hundreds? Okay. So what happens? So here's the thing. You go into a Chinese restaurant. How many of you, honestly, choose something different each time? How many of you kind of go, okay, I'm comfortable with the black bean thing. I'm comfortable with the duck. I'll stick to the duck because I know that I like it. You stick to the duck. Of course you do. He works for CCTLD, see? sorry, I have to behave. I'm not a guest of CCTLD. Damn it. If they'd paid for me to be here, I'd be politer. So the thing is this, is that, you know, you're got to look at it in terms of how the small business person is going to look at this. You know, it's confusing for them. They're coming along. You're dealing with people who don't know the difference between, say, a browser bar. They don't know that Google isn't the internet. And you're bombarding them with all these choices. I mean, from our perspective as a registrar, we've spent a lot of money on this. Probably too much money. And I'm thinking to myself at this stage, well, okay, maybe it's time to back away a little. Let's go back to offering the black beans and the duck because I know they sell. From the perspective of the small business, their problem is going to be, well, which domain name, which package of domain name and other services is the cheapest? Which is the most cost effective? So you take, say, .Irish. Prior to them offering some discounts recently, we were selling them for €29 for a 1-year registration. We're selling a .com for about 10. So the choice they have to make is between a .com and a .Irish. 3 times the price. It's a big difference. You could say, if I work for .irish, which I don't. .irish is awesome, .irish is great, have to get a .irish. But the reality is, your small business, they're looking at getting a basic online service. They're going to spend probably €50 a year, plus the domain, plus a couple of other things. So that price difference, that price thing is an important deciding factor. If you look at the new TLD figures, of all the new TLDs that have been registered to date, and you exclude all the ones that have been given away for free, which TLD is doing well? .club. What's the wholesale price on a .club? Anybody? Come on, you work for GoDaddy, you know the answer to this. You've no idea, okay. Never mind, I'm not going to say anything. It's cheap, it's about the same price as a .com. So the retail is about the same as a .com. Whereas you look at the higher, more expensive ones, they're not selling in large numbers. So ultimately, pricing is an important thing. But you've got to remember that realistically, the big challenge for any of us out there trying to market new things is going to be the big bad incumbents, be that the incumbent CCTLD or VeriSign, because .com is still king. In pretty much every market, .com is king. For us in the Irish market, .ie, .com, they're the ones that dominate the market. Centre will truck out some statistics. It doesn't matter. I can tell you because what we see are those two and nothing else. Looking at other country codes, you can see the numbers involved are pretty impressive. Like United Kingdom, the .uk CCTLD, it's massive. But that market for .irish should be big. There are literally hundreds of thousands of potential registrants of .irish domains in the UK. So far, though, the take-up's been pretty slow. That's out of date. Sorry. Because this is what happens when I prepare slides in advance. The numbers go out of date. I think the number now of total new TLDs is about 10.2 million or thereabouts. And .xyz's numbers are about that roughly, maybe a bit higher, a bit lower. Of course, the real question is how many .xyz domain names were actually paid for? Not many. Looking at some other numbers, again, just showing you the dominance. Over 114 million .coms. Then you look down, .irish, it's like 1,500 odd. But if you were to break out and look at all the other TLDs, the numbers are kind of depressing. I mean, if you think of it, .org has more registrations than there are new TLDs. That's kind of an amusing figure. That graphic there is just like percentages of .irish by registrar. And it just shows you the same kind of thing that you've seen with some of the CCTLDs, where it's like 2 or 3 registrars dominate the entire thing. In our case, it's those evil Canadians who are in here somewhere in the room, 2 cows. Then there's us, and then you've got Mesh, and then GoDaddy's in there as well. But for once, I'm proud to say, we are beating GoDaddy. We are whooping GoDaddy's ass. Hi, Stefano. I don't get to say this normally. Excuse me? Thank you. Of course, now he'll get upset, and then that's it. Our market dominance will be gone. GoDaddy flex their muscles and put an entire registrar or a country out of business. And that's about it. I mean, I've kept this one pretty short and pretty sweet. And I've probably actually done too short and too sweet, but never mind. The key thing is around the marketing around this is going to be what makes the difference. We've got a lot of stuff in the pipeline, but the scary thing is that in the case of .ie, my company spends 0 on marketing. 0. What percentage of .ie registrations do we have? About 40%. But we spend 0. And if you want to stalk me, there's how, And yes, I am one of the few people left on the planet who still uses a .tel domain name. I don't know why. I'm thinking of deleting it, but every time I go to delete it, I feel kind of nostalgic. Because I'm thinking that one of these days, you know, we'll have like the special .tel owners or .tel holders club. It'll be me, Francesco, and... Oh, you don't anymore? Damn it. Okay, it'll just be me. I'll be like the last holdout on .tel. Happy to take any questions, if anybody has any now, or if not, leave it to whatever. No. Oh, come on. Somebody must have a question. Nothing. Okay, I mean, I know my presentation was terrible, but for God's sake, at least pretend. How much am I paying for the .tel? I personally pay my own company the standard price for that domain registration because nobody else will. I don't actually know, to be honest. It's probably something like, I think renewal price is about €12 a year, or something like that. I'll be honest with you, as far as TLDs are concerned, when .tel launched, a bunch of us thought it was a really, really fascinating concept. But here's the thing. I can sell you on a .irish domain in under 30 seconds. It's an easy sell. I mean, either you'll register or you won't. But we can have that conversation in 30 seconds. With .tel, it'll take me probably 5 to 10 minutes to convince you of why registering a .tel is a good idea. Now, if I'm only making €1 or €2 margin, and I'll be honest, I'm not the cheapest employee of the company, it'll take 20 or 30 years to cover the cost of that 10 minutes. So it doesn't really work. But it's a cool idea at a technical level, just really hard to sell.
Okay, thank you very much, Mikael.
Thank you.
This was a nice presentation. Before we have the panel discussion, we will have the coconut video. It's ready now, the one Jens Peter tried to show us, but now it's ready. Okay. Take your seats. Okay. Feel free during this talk to have your questions to the panel. It's very hard to see the audience up from here, but if you raise your hand, my colleague Anna, where are you, Anna? There you are. She has the microphone and she will run to you and
those are really
try
bad lights
to see you then. But first of all, I have a question to the panel, and especially to the CCTLDs. In the market situation now with the new GTLDs, have you had any legislation, new demands in your country? For example, in Sweden, our regulator, PTS, have investigated and suggested changes to the top-level domain law in Sweden. One of the changes will be that it should also cover the new GTDs if they have geographical ties to Sweden and are of national interest. Have you had that in your countries also? Okay, Lisa.
Well, in Denmark, we had a revision of the Domain Name Act, and that was done in 2014. And now it's the Danish Business Ministry or Business Authority that can, when you have a new GTLD with relation to Denmark, they ask the country if it's .Copenhagen or .Denmark, whatever, and it's they have now the competency to actually allow or make non-objection, or so they know how to deal with a new GTLD. That's
okay. Juhani?
Thanks. So we had a discussion with our ministry regarding this issue, and I think the result was that there's no need for special legislation for new GTLDs. We have some Finnish applicants or registries nowadays. For example, the city of Helsinki applied for .Helsinki, but still we thought that it's enough that they are regulated by ICANN. So this Finnish Domain Name Act and Finnish legislation, it's primarily for .fi and for .ax only.
Okay, Åland, yeah.
No. Until now, we have managed to convince the Icelandic government not to put a law on the .is. And there is also, we're a self-regulated body, and there are just the ISNIC rules about the .is. But on last legislation period, we had, for the first time in Iceland, a fully left-wing government, which wanted to put a heavy legislation on the domain, but that didn't happen. And frankly, when I read what is going on in the EU about the EU directive, I can just see it, that putting on a legislation on the domain business is very difficult, if not impossible. And I urge everybody to look in a book. It's called Simple Rules for a Complex World. I don't think that there's no need to put a special law on domains, not in my opinion.
And the situation in Ireland, Mikkel?
Well, okay, on the GTLD side, the .Irish, there was no opposition or anything from the government because it wouldn't even be covered by the ICANN rules. I think there was some communication at some point in the past. I'm not 100% sure. There was no issue. With respect to the CCTLD.ie, there is legislation there which gives the communications regulator some oversight on .ie. So the .ie, the company that runs .ie has been forced to, how can I put this genteelly, has been forced to play nice with industry a little and set up a policy advisory board about a year ago, which of course I'm on, and has been making some changes to policies, though it's a slow and rather painful process because you're dealing with an entity that up until now has never ever had to be really accountable to stakeholders.
Okay, thank you. I covered in my speech that the new GTLDs weren't successful in Sweden mainly because of the visibility. But are there other things which you can see in your local market why they aren't successful, the new GTLDs? Should we start with Mikkel from the?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. What is your definition of success? No, hold on. No, hold on. No, I mean, this is one of the things that I think it depends on which TLD you're talking about, how success is going to be defined. So in the case of some of the cultural linguistic TLDs that we've got out there, I mean, the one everybody talks about is always going to be .cat, but now you've got .eus, .gal, and others. So in the case of, say, .eus, their target for 31st of December 2015 is 5,000 registrations. It's not a huge number. And for them, if they hit that number, that's considered to be success. Now, speaking as a registrar, My definition of a success is always going to be, how much money have I made? I mean, come on, let's face it, we are not a not-for-profit, we are not a fuzzy-wuzzy charity. We are in this to make money, to bring value to us and our shareholders, which would mainly be me. So in the case of new TLDs, I think part of the problem we've seen to date is that with one or two exceptions, most of the registries have done little or no marketing. They haven't spent any money on building up the awareness. They haven't built any strong branding around their TLDs. There's no awareness in the market. And until that changes, I can't see any volume of registrations appearing. Because until people kind of think, oh, my business is photography, therefore I need a .photography domain, or I do something with bikes, I have to have a .bike domain, or whatever TLD it is, until you can change that perception, that idea, you're not going to see success.
Okay, thank you. Juhani?
I agree that this success is a very relative issue. I think those expectations that I think all we shared in 2008, 2009 when this new TLD program was launched, I think those expectations, they were unrealistic high about this early phase success. But if you think that those new TLDs, they are very young now and they have those registrations and they have quite steady growth. If you remember that graph I showed about the situation in Finland, so there was growth, it was quite stable. Even the numbers were much lower than what we are having with .fi, but actually if you compare that growth with the growth we had many years ago, they're quite similar. So I think the success, it's about to come, so it just takes time. And the time is maybe not yet, but it requires that people will learn about these new TLDs. They would get this awareness what they are, and they would get trust on them.
Okay, thank you. Lisa?
Well, in Denmark, the Danish domain has been open for many years. I think it's almost 10 years. So everyone has been able to register a .dk domain name, and that's made a very good foundation for the market share we have in Denmark. And I think that's pretty difficult to beat, and I think it's going to take some time until you actually get used to the new GTLDs, as I think you're saying that they need to understand, oh, I'm a photographer, I need that photography.
Well, I think this, yeah, I mean, that's part of it. I think the idea that you have an affinity with an extension.
Yes.
So, for example, now at the moment, no matter how hard I tell my clients, do not register .ie, register .irish, they still want that .ie domain name, even though it's a very, very bad idea. Don't register .ie, register .irish. No, but, I mean, jokes aside, I think that's the thing, is that you want to get it to a point where they automatically think, you know, I'm a club, I'm going to register .club. I'll throw a bone to Francesco. My company is in the cloud, I'm going to get a .cloud domain. Francesco, you owe me a beer. You know, that kind of thing is going to take time.
But I think in Denmark you have another factor, and that is we have a complaint system that's easy. It's built on Danish law. It's very cheap.
People, no, but come on, that's like saying though that I'm going to choose a car because when it crashes, they're going to fix it for me quickly.
No, actually, what I'm saying is that a lot of people has been afraid of using .com because if there was any dispute, it might be expensive, it might be difficult. And I think that knowing that in Denmark it costs you 20 euros as a private and 50 or it's actually 70 as a company, it makes people more confident. But this is a perception, it's not the truth. And I can see you disagree.
I disagree with you strongly because I take my average customer, my average client is a small business. They don't understand technology. No. They don't understand domain names. They don't understand the internet. They do understand that they need a web thing, they need to have email, and we're trying to, and the big challenge we all have now is trying to convince them that they need more than a Facebook page, that they need more than an Instagram account, that they need more than a Twitter handle. Because what we see a lot of is small businesses that think, oh, I've got a Facebook page, that's me online. I've got a free Gmail email address, I'm covered. So I think for a lot of them, no, the dispute thing is not going to enter into it because they're not going to get that far along. Now, for a big company, a big software company, a Fortune 500, or I don't know, a company that's spending a lot more money and all that, sure, yeah, that's a different thing entirely.
About Facebook, I mean, I've seen more and more Swedish brands which used to use .se or .nu domains for running campaigns in the local market. They use Facebook. Should we be afraid of .facebook and .google, for example?
Yes.
Yeah.
Be
Okay.
afraid, be very afraid. I mean, the thing is this, Google...
What was the question? Be afraid of Facebook regarding the selling of top-level domains? No.
No, I think that's not what he's saying. I think the question is, should we be afraid of Google and Facebook?
No.
And the answer to that is yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Okay. If you're just going to keep saying...
this is what I thought,
I mean, I can argue with you about this, but you're just going to say no.
I've experienced it. I'm in the business for the money, just like you.
Good.
And
yeah, you're a shareholder. We have two shareholders here.
Right. And this is what I thought like 12 months ago. I would have sold you my shares for, well, not that little, but...
But we can talk about that later.
Yeah, later. The thing is that I'm realizing that you're always learning, of course, but I'm realizing now that Google should be afraid of Facebook.
Okay.
Not me, and not us. Because what Google was doing for us 2 or 3 years ago, Facebook is doing it now. Facebook is more or less like a search engine. You search for everything on Facebook, and you find it there.
Were you at the keynote this morning, the second one, where the gentleman was talking about the way that stuff is changing?
And I went outside and shook hands with him, and I totally agreed with him about how Facebook is closing the internet down to one circle. The thing is that when you ask, should we, as a top-level domains, be afraid of Facebook, you said yes. And I said,
I'm not a top-level domain.
No, but we are.
Well, that's nice for you. But I'm thinking about this in terms of, should those of us who are trying to make money by selling services be concerned? And the answer to that one is yes, you should. Now, does that mean that they're going to put us out of business? Not necessarily. But the thing is, there's a difference between being concerned, being afraid, and being so afraid that you don't act, that you're frozen. So I mean, the thing, like you take, say, Google. Google is now a domain, well, Google has been a registrar for many years, but they are now an active registrar. So Google is now taking market share from all the registrars in this room.
So okay, I understand now. You're talking about registrars, from the registrar's point of view. But from my point of view, I thought like 1.5 years ago, or even 1 year ago, I thought that we would start declining because of Google and Facebook. That is turning around. I see that in our figures. I see it obviously that Facebook. We have a page on Facebook since 2 years ago. We started to be active on the Facebook page, and that Facebook page is driving customers to our sign-in or sign-up page on eSnick. So we're selling more domains through our Facebook page as we probably did before. But
sorry to interrupt.
I think this is like the gentleman. What was his name? Is he here with a long beard? Okay, he's gone. But think that he was saying that there is a hope, and this is starting to changing. I think so.
Lisa?
Well, I think we should be afraid of both Facebook and Google, but I also think we need to be afraid of the new technology as apps. I know that the Netherlands has done studies on this, but I still think that we will see a lot of apps coming and replacing the use of a domain name instead, because it's easier, and if they kind of get a very good way to store it on the phone, that's going to mean a really big threat to us, I think.
Yeah, we have a large survey yearly in Sweden called the Internet and the Swedes, and now we see that there are some young people. On question number 1, are you using the internet? They say no. Question number 2, are you using Facebook? Yes. So, yeah, could be a shift there. Okay, Juhani.
Yeah, maybe I'm a bit old-fashioned, or maybe it's because I'm a civil servant, but I'm not worried at all regarding Google or Facebook or apps, because when we have content in the internet, we need address for this content anyway, and it's only a matter of brand protection and company image, what kind of address is used. So if you just want to combine your company brand with Facebook, well, okay, it's up to you. I wouldn't do that only. And if you're using apps, well, they're always addressed to the content in the internet. Whether it's visible for the user or not, the address is there behind, at least.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the audience? Okay. Not. I will then ask the panel. Okay. Oh, great.
Hello, I'm Annabeth Lange from the Norwegian Registry. I just wanted to say something about being afraid of Google and Facebook or not. I think, Jens Peter, that what we have to think about is not what Google is today, but what Google can be tomorrow. Because they have registered a lot of new GTLDs, and we don't know what we don't know. What are they planning? Will there be something completely new? Who had thought about Facebook 5 years ago? What they have done with the market? And in my view, Google can do the same, and Amazon as well. They have also registered a lot of new GTLDs. So it will be very exciting in the future to see what they are planning, and we have to prepare for thinking differently in the future, in my view. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Annabeth. About the future then, if I address the panel, what kind of shift will we see in the local domain name market in about 5 years?
Well, we're going to see a lot more of .is domains. Now, talking about the domains again, that I think it's there's no need for more top-level domains. There wasn't before the new GTLDs, and they're all longer than the 2 letters TLDs. If you use a domain for your email, you don't want to have to hammer many letters after the last dot.
What kind of email app are you using?
No, it's just my opinion. The 2-letter domains, they have an advantage that's going to be hard for the new TLDs.
But a 2-letter domain doesn't have any meaning. It has no meaning.
No.
Whereas I go to, okay, I'm going to throw another bone to Francesco. You go to blackknight.cloud, what do you expect to see? If you go to blackknight.blog, what will you expect to see? If you go to mnayland.social, what kind of content do you expect to see? And that's the thing, the power with the new TLDs, is they have actual meaning. Now, we can talk and discuss and argue about, the value of a CCTLD versus a GTLD. And for those of you running CCTLDs, you have an incumbent market share now. Whether you will have that in 5 or 10 years' time is anybody's guess.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, and the thing is, we don't know what Google are going to do. We don't know what Amazon is going to do. We don't know what people are going to do with apps. I mean, look at the devices you all carry in your pockets. I've got an iPhone. Yay, who doesn't? This is more powerful than the desktop computer I had in my office only a few years ago.
Of course, I know.
And we did have reasonable computers. But, the technology is moving on. I mean, there's more technology in these badges than there would have been in the entire university I went to, in the first couple of years. I mean, it's always changing.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, Lisa.
I think the next 5 years we'll see a period where you'll have a lot of people buying different domain names for the same website, and maybe even the same email system. And then they'll settle on, oh, this is better than the other one, and then make a choice. So I think you will see like a lot of people saying, oh, I'm a photographer, so I'll buy that together with .dk or .uk or wherever you come from. And then they'll find out what is the best use, and then they'll choose. Right now, there's so much you don't know about the use and the, as you say, exposure of the actual new GTLDs. So I think this is a very slow start, but I think we all should be afraid of CCTLDs, that someday this will hit us in the neck.
Okay. About the business model, all legacy TLDs, the new ones, and huge majority of the CC TLDs are depending on the registrar model. If this model doesn't work regarding sales, I mean, our CCTLD, we are quite commercial, and especially also for the .nu domain. If we don't success to reach our sales goals, we have a problem with the business model. Do you think we will see in the future more TLDs setting up their own registrar just for sales, adding on services?
Well, I can tell you that we have had this discussion of over the years changing to registrar. Like well, Juhani was saying that Finland is going to do it now in next year. We are not going to do it. We're going to keep on having direct registrations. We just think that the average customer is bright enough to register his own domain on our side. Of course, we have, we call it ISPs. We have providers, about 110 providers all over, like I told before, and they are selling the domains for up to $100. Beautiful.is domain. But what I heard that the Hong Kong domain is having a revision now, changing back from registrar model back to direct registrations. So I guess that the more GTLDs we will see, we will have more direct registrations. That's my guess. I don't know. I think those GTLDs they will have to like .pro. I was just reading about it. .pro has opened up now. You don't have to be a pro to get a .pro anymore. So this is going to be a struggle with so many TLDs, so many new TLDs. Most of them are not going to succeed. I don't think so. But who knows?
Okay, Juhani.
I think we're going to see a big change in the coming years because currently there are quite few registries and a lot of registrars. So it means that the registry can choose quite freely what registrars they are using, with whom they are doing business. But in the future, when we are having those new GTLDs and a lot of them, so this will be changed. So there will be quite many registries and maybe less registrars than we are having nowadays. So in the future, it's the registrars who can choose which registries they are working with. And that's a big change. And I think keeping that in mind, those old CCTLDs and existing CCTLDs, we have to change the way how we are working. So we have to leave that comfort zone that we are used to be in and try to work more closely with the registrars and to be a better partner with them.
Okay, Lisa.
It's very easy for .dk because we're not allowed to have any other business than administering the .dk domain names. But I will echo Juhani in that I think it's very important, and we're also moving in this direction that we work closer together with our registrars, making it easier for them being better in the IPP part of the business. So we as a registry has moved our focus away from the registrant to the registrars. And even though we're a sole registry, we will have more focus on the registrars now.
Mikael, do you have any comment about?
Oh, I've got plenty of comments on this one.
I thought so.
Well, obviously. No, I mean, the thing I suppose is this, that it depends a lot on the business model. There are certain new TLDs which are very, very restrictive, which means that they're completely unattractive for most registrars to deal with because they're too complicated. I can think of several, like .wed, which has some of the craziest, stupidest rules for a new TLD I've ever seen in my life. The idea being that you register a .wed domain name for a maximum of 2 years because there's such a big demand for .wed that these domains have to be recycled. If somebody wants to go to NTLD stats and check how many .wed domain names have been registered so far, I would be very surprised if it's gone over 1,000. Benny, can you check for me, please? .pharmacy, you need to be, certified, et cetera, and there's a bunch of other ones like that. So for them to be working with a select number of registrars or to have, a vertically integrated registrar, I can see why that would make sense. But for an open TLD, you want to compete against my company and against GoDaddy or against any of the other big registrars? I mean, go for it, but don't be surprised when you fall flat on your face. I mean, the reality is that companies such as ourselves and GoDaddy, hi Stefano, they have, and we have, we've specialized in offering, the entire thing, the full customer service, everything else. Whereas registries, you should be focused on what you do well, which generally speaking is running back-end things and working better with registrars would be better. But I mean, it's not registrars, it's more of a kind of the channel versus retail. But I mean, if you don't...
It's just a domain, it's just such a simple thing.
Try explaining that to my mother.
No. Well,
explain that to my mother. You tell my mother how to register a domain name and how to set up DNS.
Well,
I'll give you her telephone number.
Let your mother go on to esnick.is and she will be able.
How is she
will be able to register a domain in 30 seconds.
Okay. Do we want to place a bet on this?
I'll bet with your mother.
Oh no. Okay, we'll talk about this afterwards.
Okay, we're running out of time. It's time for lunch. But do we have any last questions from the audience? Yes. Anna. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Kirsi Sunila-Putelin. I'm a lawyer for .fi, but I just wanted to say one comment about what Michele was saying, that country code doesn't mean anything, because I think that one important factor is also the language, because we are able to provide the services in one's own language, as all CCTLDs can do that. And also .fi means for the Finns. It really means something. So I think at least this is one advantage for all the CCTLDs. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? No? Then it's time for lunch. And don't forget, when you go outside the door, have the ticket for the evening event. LG is handing out the tickets. You need them. After the lunch, it's a keynote speaker in here. And after that, the Nordic Domain Days continue in this hall. So just go in here, then you will be safe. Okay, thank you very much.
Välkomna tillbaka in i A1 som salen heter. Jag hoppas att lunchen smakade. Jag såg några kommentarer på Twitter om att vi borde ha bara vegetarisk lunch. Det kanske blir så nästa år, för miljöns skull. Sen såg jag också några kommentarer på Twitter om att det hade varit väldigt fullt i några av salarna. Och det är ju kul att så många vill vara här, men det är såklart ingen som ska behöva sitta på golvet. Jag hoppas att vi har fått in några extra stolar i de salar där det var fullt nu. Och med det så vill jag bara påminna om att hashtaggen är #INDE15 och om ni har frågor så går det jättebra att twittra så svarar vi i mån vi kan.
Det gör vi. Och nu ska vi introducera våran lunch-keynote. Det är Evgenij Morozov, forskare och skribent med fokus på teknikens politiska och sociala effekter. Morozov kommer ursprungligen från Belarus men är numera verksam i USA och han arbetar som kolumnist bland annat för ett halvdussin tidskrifter. Välkommen Evgenij Morozov.
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for coming. I'm very happy to be back to Stockholm. To be honest, I've been somewhat surprised to have been invited to this conference, mostly for two reasons. First of all, I've seen on the website that you've been promised inspirational keynotes, and the very last thing that I've ever been accused of is providing inspiration. Usually it's bouts of deep depression that follow my talks, so I have warned you in advance. And second, it's also a bit odd for me to be talking at an event that has internet in its title, in part because I've become somewhat notorious over the last few years for actually challenging the idea that talking about the internet in abstraction from the corporate and government forces that have so far defined its existence is a good way to start a conversation. So the reason why I am often accused of being a skeptic or a critic or some kind of a technophobe is not because I reject technology or reject mobiles or reject anything that has digital components in it. It's because I'm deeply skeptical over where the balance of power between corporations, the states, and the citizens lies at this point in history. And I think that what we are seeing with the further advancement of digitization is an even further shift of power from citizens to corporations and partly governments, mostly in its national security and surveillance components, while citizens actually do not see their own disempowerment, believing that technology empowers them in ways that they have never seen before. So this is sort of the ideological and political background from which I come. So I don't think of myself as a technology skeptic. So I do think that we have to formulate a response to the challenge and to the offer, which is very tempting, that Silicon Valley, and at this point, I think it's the cutting edge of what technology can accomplish today, we have to make an offer and a counter-offer to the program that Silicon Valley has put in front of us. Right? So let me say a few words about how I see that offer, why I think a lot of governments are actually quite on board with it, why they're so eager to get in bed with a lot of technology companies, and what we as citizens and as social movements and as people who do not entirely want to see the transformation of our world into a world run entirely by American corporations can still do to prevent that. So if you look at the appeal that Silicon Valley has to a lot of us, and to a lot of public institutions especially, I think you can understand that the reason for that appeal is very simple. They can offer services that work in a very effective manner, and that are offered more or less either very cheap or mostly offered for free. Right? And we know where that technical nominal freedom comes from. It comes from the fact that they have found a way to convert the data that is generated in the context of using those platforms and services into something valuable that can then be sold on the advertising market. Right? That explains how a lot of the services of the information sector, whether it's search, whether it's email, whether it's anything that involves some kind of exchange of data, can be offered either below their cost or actually for free. right? That's at the heart of the business model of Facebook. That's at the heart of the business model of Google and so forth, right? That means that if you try to think about what would an alternative non-corporate model for the provision of the services look like, or what it looked like before, you'd probably arrive at a very different model, right? And we knew it from other institutions that we had before, libraries, the post office, and so forth, previous institutions that sought to provide some kind of an alternative functioned on a very different logic, right? When it came to communication, their model was very different. It's either that we paid for those with our taxes, and you'll know the story relatively well in Sweden, or we paid for them with some kind of other contributions like stamps in the case of the post office and so forth. Right? It was a direct exchange of money and cash. Data was not involved. Advertising was not involved. There was no way to basically link our consumption of information at a local level with the global financial and advertising market. Right? It was impossible to link what was happening at the level of your local post office with the interests of giant corporations other than by the means of exchanging money. Right now, that problem has been solved. Virtually every single act, virtually every single transaction that we engage in can be linked to the global financial markets, global advertising markets, and so forth. And companies like Google and Facebook are exploiting it quite well. Right, so basically, if Google was asked to serve as an alternative to the post office 60 or 80 years ago, their model of service provision would be very different and might scare some of us, and some of us might embrace it. They would just come and say, well, if you want to send a letter, great, you don't need to buy the stamps. We'll just open your letter, have a robot read it, insert the relevant advertising into it, put your letter back into the envelope, and forward it to its recipient. Right? That's more or less the model on which many of the services work today, and for various reasons, and the main reason I would argue is that the state or other alternative public social communal institutions have withdrawn from this sector altogether. Silicon Valley at this point is the only player capable of offering the services. Right? So we are more or less stuck with this new model, which engages and involves 24/7 surveillance and the ability to convert the data generated in the context of the use of those platforms into something that can then pay for their provision. I would argue that as we move on and digitization of society advances so that sensors appear in virtually all other parts of our existence, whether it's our homes, whether it's our cities, whether it's our cars, whether it's our thermostats, you name it, virtually every single aspect of our existence sooner or later will be captured, digitized, analyzed, and so forth. As those processes happen, what we are going to see is that the same model that currently underwrites our email and our search will also start underwriting, from a financial perspective, the provision of those other services. So I think it's not entirely unreasonable to expect that these companies will become the key intermediaries when it comes to the provision of other services. Healthcare, education, transportation, you name it. Anything that involves some kind of data-intensive service provision. And at this point, it's hard to think of key sectors like education, health, transportation, energy consumption as being anything other than a data-intensive service. We will see these new corporate American digital intermediaries grabbing a big chunk of the pie and offering a lot of services which technically look free, right? And which offer to us some basic diagnostics, but they offer it on a very different model than the previous model of healthcare, education, and energy that we knew in Europe before. Right? And again, I don't want to get into a very long discussion about the benefits and the downsides of the welfare state, which in the case of Sweden would be a very complicated discussion. But let me just say that in the case of Silicon Valley, the model on which the entire system operates is very simple. It's very individualistic in its character, in that the only data that's more or less is being gathered, analyzed, and traded for financial reasons is data about individuals, right? So your own personal lifestyle behavior is being analyzed. If you think, for example, about all these healthcare apps which seek to analyze how many exercise you do every day, how many steps you take, what food you eat, how much physical energy you burn, and so forth, the only actor that's present in this analytical framework is the individual citizen. Right? And it's our behavior that's being analyzed and then tinkered with through all sorts of complex nudges and other types of behavioral modifications that are served to us by those apps, while other actors and other parts of the socio-political milieu, if you will, are being slowly kind of faded out and discarded from the analysis altogether. So we're no longer talking about the power of big pharmaceutical companies in shaping the health agenda. We're no longer talking about the power of big food corporations in actually shaping what we eat and what we don't eat. We're no longer talking about how our cities are designed to facilitate or not facilitate walking, public transportation, and so forth. All of those issues suddenly are losing in importance as virtually all of the importance and all of the efforts are attached to governing just one part of the system, which is the individual. Right? I would argue that this kind of offer is very amenable and very pleasant for a lot of governments to receive, in part because they are facing very tough problems when it comes to actually financing the provision of many of their services. You'll know the situation really well in Northern Europe and in Europe as a whole. It's no longer affordable to keep the kind of health, education, and other social welfare system that we had before without doing some major altercations in it. In part because its societies are aging, there is an influx of new people coming in, partly because of the humanitarian crises that we are having. There are a lot of other costs that have suddenly cannot be covered because the public money have gone elsewhere because of the austerity agendas, budget cuts, and so forth. So suddenly we find ourselves in a situation where we have a lot of governments who are keen to make deals and alliances with a lot of these technology companies for the sole reason that it will allow them to basically provide some kind of resemblance to the same health and education and transportation and education services that they offered in the past, while continuing with the project of privatization that they themselves are very keen on to advance for other ideological reasons. So we end up in this high-tech, innovative capitalism, whereby more and more of the services are put into the hands of private corporations. Individuals are being told that they're being empowered because suddenly they can monitor their health, they can monitor every single aspect of their lifestyle, energy consumption, and so forth, while at the same time, players who might actually be responsible for the problems that currently exist and surround us get away scotch-free. Right? All of the lobbyist corporations, politicians, and so forth that I mentioned. And for me, this is a very troubling development, which I think needs to be countered, and it needs to be countered very strategically and systematically. And the only way to do that is by actually analyzing how come that all of these companies in Silicon Valley, and we see a few of them emerging in Europe as well, but at a somewhat slower pace when it comes to the provision of those services. How come that all of those services enjoy such giant valuations on the financial markets without actually owning or producing anything by way of physical assets? Right? You look at a company like Uber, it's worth, on whatever day you look at it, somewhere between 60 and $70 billion a year. Right? Without owning any cars, without actually employing any drivers, and without owning much by way of physical assets. Right? And we have to understand where does value in these companies come from. Right? And in a lot of them, a huge chunk of the value, I would argue, comes from the fact that they're sitting on tons of data that they have accumulated from our use of their services. Right? And I would argue that unless we manage to politically and theoretically understand what role does user data that have already been accumulated by the likes of Google play in the provision of their services and in the high valuations that they enjoy, we would never be able to understand where would new forms of exploitation in this new hyper-capitalist economy come from. Right? And for me, it's clear that if future movements that would like to contest this new model, right? And there is very little to like about it, by the way. If you look at a company like Uber, and I know that it's something that Europe still thinks they can sort of push away, right? And I think that will be a very tough fight, because in Europe, there are two almost schizophrenic parts fighting for dominance. You have a lot of politicians who would actually be very happy with the American model of deregulated financial informational capitalism, where you have free flow of data between different governments, between different nation states, between different localities, and so forth, on infrastructure that is run by a handful of private corporations and people who can only conceive of themselves as individual entrepreneurs, I mean, there are such politicians in Europe and in Sweden, and you probably know who they are. And then there are others who, under the pressure of trade unions and all sorts of other institutions, including, by the way, a lot of European companies who are not happy with Silicon Valley, are trying to push back, right? Not necessarily to create some kind of alternatives in the interest of citizens or the people, but solely to kick the American giants away from Europe and to make sure that they cannot operate in places which are currently dominated by other kinds of companies, be that car manufacturers, banks, media companies, and so forth, all of whom have finally discovered and understood that unless they take drastic action, they stand to be disrupted much in the same way that publishers have been disrupted 10 years ago, right? If you talk to car manufacturers, if you talk to manufacturers of many other products, if you talk to energy companies and others, all of them are extremely sensitive, all of them are extremely concerned about smart thermostats, smart cars, and products like that. Right? So we end up in a situation where we have this somewhat schizophrenic response in Europe, where one part wants to continue this integration with Silicon Valley, Washington, and trade agreements and whatnot, and the other part would like to somewhat modify them to preserve the power of incumbent corporations. What I think we need to do is to try to articulate what a third way would look like that would actually be in the interest of citizens, in the interest of the general public. And the only way to do that, as I've said, is to problematize the status of data. And we have to understand that if data really is the source of both competitive advantage and of value to a lot of these companies, and by the way, I do not think that right now you can disrupt a company like Google with better algorithms. To me, it's clear that much of the value that Google generates to individual users come from the data and the individual users that have already accumulated. Right? You can be building an algorithm a day in your garage on a daily basis, and you will never outcompete Google because it sits on 10 years of user data, which allows them to personalize search results and provide them in a way that no innovator could potentially even compete with. Right? So, I mean, there are also competitive aspects here, which I think we need to consider. But the basic point, again, I would like to emphasize is that we have to understand that if that data has a lot of value, and if that data currently generates a lot of money to those companies, partly because of various alliances between governments and corporations that have produced this rather anti-competitive field, we have to start movements, and we have to start parties, and we have to start at least thinking, if we cannot do it on an institutional level, about how we can erect some kind of barriers, enclosures, however you want to call it, to prevent that data from being sucked in and being treated as a commodity in these giant databases. Because this is the data that we are producing in a rather communal manner very often. If you think about how data is produced by computers using public transportation system. Right? I'm sure that within a couple of years, Uber, Google, whatever company you would like to pick, will find a way to take that data from the sensors and integrate it into their product that they will then go and pitch to whatever city is looking for a smart city solution to their transportation service. But I'm not sure that that data should belong to them. Right? And unless we as citizens manage to articulate an alternative vision for data that would not reduce data to the status of commodity to be sold and bought in the markets, we'll end up in a situation where our data enslavement and our data dependence on these companies will only continue even further, which would also mean that any contestation of their power will be extremely difficult and impossible. Not just because they will strike lock-in deals with city governments, administrations, and so forth, a fight that we have known ever since the fights around open source and free software. Data at this point becomes as much a field of struggle and contestation, and perhaps even more so. Right? And my fear is that we will end up with just two options here. The first option would be companies like Google and Facebook telling us that you can basically leave your data with us, and we will provide superb services based on artificial intelligence, based on some unique analysis of your everyday information flows that will make your life easier by saving you the time. Right? If you look at a service like Google Now, which is Google's flagship service in autonomous search, what does Google Now do? Google Now integrates all the streams of data and information that you're producing in your everyday life, in your email, in your use of other services, whether it's Airbnb, Spotify, you name it. But a lot of them are Google services, Google News, YouTube, and so forth. And it seeks to feed you data before you have even realized that you have an information need for it. Right? It's a way to basically constantly preempt your wants and desires for more information with information that's coming from analysis of your lifestyle, calendar, situation, and so forth. Right? So Google now will provide you with your travel itineraries, weather, the destination where you want to go. It will do certain little tasks for you, sparing you from hassle in your everyday life, and so forth, which basically means that Google at this point has a very useful proposition to make to many of us, and it's that let us monitor you 24/7, and what you're going to get in exchange is free time, right? This is the proposition. And the proposition is that surveillance, you can convert it in free time, which means that a lot of people find it very appealing. Right? Because previously, where did you used to get free time? Well, you used to get free time if you worked in a factory by basically forming a trade union and negotiating with your factory employer to basically give you some more free time. You know, social struggle for free time used to take many other diverse firms, which also involved very other diverse politics. Right? At this point, you generate free time by continuing with the neoliberal project of privatization and surveillance. This is where free time comes from. Let yourself be monitored as much as you can, and these companies will provide services which will do certain things for you and monitor everything in your life, and thus basically preempt many of the things that you will need to do on your own, which for a lot of people is a very appealing vision, given that other potential movements and actors who could have done some of that, whether it's trade unions or political parties, are no longer capable of those fights. So this is option number one that comes from Silicon Valley, and I'm not very happy with it. Option number two are other smaller startups that are not like Google and not like Facebook, and they basically tell you data is a commodity, but you can own it. So why don't you start monitoring yourself anyhow on a 24/7 basis, and we will then hook you up with advertisers and other people who would like to buy your data, and they will pay you directly. Right? So their goal is to turn all of us into entrepreneurs who can make a living, again, through surveillance and monitoring ourselves, but essentially we will cut Google and Facebook and some other data intermediaries out of the equation. That vision of the world I also do not like for political reasons, because by assuming that the entirety of our lifetime should be subject to market relations and the intrusion of market logic into our communications, to me, it's again the very frontier and the cutting edge of the neoliberal ideology today. The idea that when I go to the shower and sing a song, I should be thinking about which advertiser for shampoo would like to purchase that song, for me, is not necessarily a healthy trend or healthy development in modern capitalism. And yet, I fear that this is where we are going, not through the intrusion of sensors into our everyday life, but through the intrusion of financial capitalism into our everyday life. Right? And this is what I think a lot of people misunderstand. What they think that today, what we need to be criticizing is just a bunch of technology companies who are acting on their own because they don't understand the complexity of human condition or something like that. This is not at all the case. The only way to make sense of Silicon Valley today, and of technology sector more broadly, because technology sector in Europe at this point does not really differ all that much from the logic that's driving Silicon Valley. But the only way to make sense of them is by trying to understand where it is that they fit into the broader scheme of things. When it comes to things like history, when it comes to things like the post-Cold War environment in Europe, when it comes to things like the financialization of our economies, when it comes to things like the austerity agenda that forces a lot of governments to basically search for technology-based solutions, because that's the only way for them to continue providing the services that they used to provide in an environment where they no longer have the budgets. Right? The only way for us to make sense of the technological narratives of today is by reinscribing them into this more complicated political and economic and historical frameworks. The problem is that the very term the internet, by attacking which I began my intervention today, precludes us from that, because instead of this deeply historical economic and political narratives, we end up with a rather simplistic one, which basically tell us that history begins 30 years ago when the World Wide Web is invented, or TCP/IP is invented, and that operates somehow outside of the logic of government, outside of the logic of the corporations, outside of the history of capitalism, outside of the Cold War. And this is just not the case. Anything from submarine cables to surveillance to commodification of data can be easily explained by reference points in the history of capitalism or history of the Cold War without having to imagine that we have entered some kind of new world where the logics of capitalism or Cold War have been suspended. Right? So the only message I can send, in concluding my talk, is that we have to be able to treat the internet not just as a bunch of infrastructure or not just as a bunch of services. We also have to understand what kind of function, what kind of role does it serve to promote and sustain certain ideological formations, ideological movements today. And I'm afraid that at this point, we have come to a point where the very term the internet precludes us from thinking bigger thoughts in opposing some of the bigger social and economic transformations that are underway. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Evgeny Morozov. I was trying to think of a new name for my ad by mail service. Do you think it's a problem that we as users see these services as something that's simply free and we don't care about the implications? Because when you said that, oh, if Google opened my mail and they could send it for free if they inserted ads, I thought that's a great business idea. A lot of users would probably love that.
Sure. So, I mean, look, I come from a school of thought that tries to historicize everything. So for me, there is no use in trying to turn this problem into an ethical or moral dimension where I would say users stop using this infrastructure. What you should be doing instead as a user is to be asking questions why alternative infrastructures don't exist, why there is no public money to build those infrastructures, why the money that exists at the European level through various lobbyists goes to fund corporations and not the users. I mean, for me, those are big questions. I do not want to moralize and tell people stop using Google and stop using browsers and don't use your credit card and, and live like Richard Stallman in his office and pay for cash for everything that you buy, because ultimately that's a way to be defeated. Because ultimately this is not just a question of ethics. We have to understand why certain historical forces have created the situation, then we need to oppose them. We're going to just be opposing the manifestations of those systems rather than the systems themselves.
Thank you very much.
Great finish.
Yes,
Thank
you.
Thank you.
And please stay for
sure.
1 more minute.
All right.
We have a very, very special gift to you to show our appreciation, and there will also be a film about it on that screen.
We at the Internet Foundation in Sweden love makers and believe that knowledge provides new possibilities. A few months ago, a young maker got arrested for taking his home-built clock to school. This is not how the world should be. So we let a bunch of 14-year-olds build their own clocks as gifts for our keynote speakers. Young minds like this strengthen our belief that the internet should be both free and open for all.
So let's welcome the clockmaker himself, Rickard Dahlstrand, or in fact, he just helped those 14-year-olds to build this clock as a special gift to you.
Thank you.
And,
thank you so much.
We certainly hope that you'll make it home alive with the thing.
It will make my air travel tomorrow to the States, to the United States, very easy.
Oh no, they love it. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now slutar vi prata engelska.
Ja, men precis. Nu är det dags för alla att springa till sina pass, för att om 5 minuter så drar vi igång igen. Och det finns en ny fråga att svara på You've been tagged.
Härligt. Ses imorgon.
Ja, vi ses imorgon.
Is this on? Oh, wow. Excellent. So welcome back. This is obviously the afternoon session, so we'll try to keep you awake as much as possible if the fire and the cold hasn't already done the job. So my name is Francesco Cetraro. For those of you that don't know me, I've been in the domain industry for over 10 years. I'm Italian, but I live in Sweden, in Malmö. And I currently run the .cloud registry, which is a new top-level domain name in the process of launching at the moment. But I also obviously been working a lot with registrars, registries for the past few years. From the program, it looks like I'm from Aruba. I'm not. Well, not the island. The company I work for is called Aruba, so just clarifying that. So the session today is about communication between registries and registrars, which I know can sound a bit boring. So I figured we'll kind of spice things up a little bit. I figure we have a very broad range of speakers on stage today, so I think it's going to be an interesting combination. I feel like maybe it's like the equivalent of couple therapy for registries and registrars. That's the way we might look at this. So Michele is going to love it, yes.
We're going to do like kind of, you know,
Speaking the microphone.
We're going to do these kind of bonding things where we kind of, you know, trust,
in the end, there will be hugs.
and all
Yes,
that
in the end,
kind
there
of
will be hugs. I feel this is the objective. So I think, obviously, I have my phone, not because I'm bored, but because I have my notes on this one. So don't feel sorry if I look at the phone every now and then. But obviously, one of the biggest problems in the domain industry, particularly in the relationship between registries and registrars, is the fact that on one side you have registries that very often have one or two products to push. They are obviously pushing registrars to do their best to sell just their TLD. On the other side, for registrars, in many cases, domain names are just bait to get people to buy hosting and other products. And obviously, with the new TLDs, there is like thousands of different TLDs coming and pull in their jacket and say like, please, sell me, sell me. So clearly, there is a need to understand how this communication works, but also to see how we can improve it. So let me quickly introduce to you who the speakers on stage are. We have Peter Larsen, who is from Larsen Data Gratis DNS, one of the leading registrars in the Kingdom of Denmark, where there is something very wrong. Jimmy is with Lupia, or as we say in the rest of the world, Jimmy. Lupia obviously takes no introduction, biggest registrar in Sweden. Jimmy as well is also from Västerås, which is the same city where the other Jimmy is based, which is kind of the center of internet in Sweden, I don't know. But Jimmy is with Atomia, and he gives us a different perspective, because Atomia is not a registrar, not a registry, but it's a supplier of services to many registrars that use their system to obviously offer hosting, but also register domain names. Jeanette is with .global. So he's our first new TLD registry guest here. She's also based here in Stockholm. And obviously, .global has been live for how long now? A year. So obviously, you've had your fair share of dealing with these kind of people. Like the guy sitting next to you, Michele Neilon, which obviously you've met before, leading Irish registrar, also a very vocal member of the community, which is why people keep inviting him for the show. Exactly. So I hope you brought popcorn. Or no? Yeah, so obviously there are refreshments there, as LG was reminding me, so if you feel like you need a drink or something, you feel free to help yourself. Sasha is with DNIC, obviously the biggest CCTLD registry in the world, the German registry. Also from Germany, so it's kind of interesting geographical distribution. Also from Germany, obviously, Katrin from the .Berlin and .Hamburg. I think those are the two you're running at the moment, right? Plus a bunch of others that you guys are potentially looking to acquire. So obviously also there, the perspective of a new TLD which has a very strong connection with a specific geographic area, which it's interesting because obviously we have the two opposites, right? The very geographic TLD and the .global by definition, right? So that's going to be interesting to see. And Michiel with the Dutch registry .nl. So also you guys also are in an interesting position because you do run .nl, but you also do backend for some new TLDs, right? .Amsterdam among others. Is that the only one, or no? I think you do. Amsterdam is the most important one. And that's live already, right? Okay, perfect. So the first question I want to ask quickly to all of you, and then we can kind of just go through the room, is, in your opinion, what is broken in the domain industry at the moment? What is the one thing that is really like broken? And I know, don't look at me like that, just one. The main thing, right? Peter, maybe the first thing is taking a microphone.
Yeah. Is it working? Yeah. The one thing that is broken in the domain industry.
Or let me phrase it different. What is the biggest challenge in the domain market today? In a way, let's put it in the positive spin, right? Let's give it a positive spin.
Okay, it would be great if everyone used the standard. It would be great if everyone used the standards.
From a technical perspective.
Yeah.
Okay, so if everybody kind of followed the same procedures
technical
and
standard procedures and just agreeing on doing stuff the right way.
Okay, so the complexity of the industry right now, if I can...
If as more TLDs comes and adds on to the pile of extensions and EPP and strange way of implementing technical stuff, it just adds a level of complexity that is enormous.
Jimmy?
Yeah, I totally agree with Peter. Some kind of standards along the whole business.
But I mean, for you, it's also you have a different perspective because clearly you do .sc directly, but a lot of the other TLDs you're a reseller for, right?
Yes.
So in a way, for you, that should be relatively easier. But you still feel that's a big problem for you guys.
Yeah, still think it's a big problem. So yeah, of course we can do a little bit more, but yeah, still.
Okay. Jimmy, that's interesting. Let's see your perspective on one step.
Well, I think the perspective is the same, right? Everyone wants standardization, but I think as new GTLDs arrive, most of our customers actually go the way of Jimmy, and no one is able to be accredited registrar for thousands of TLDs. So it becomes kind of a requirement for most corporations to go through other registrars as resellers, and this kind of reduces complexity for me as well. It is one kind of standardization, but maybe not the one I would like to see.
Mm-hmm. So let's see from a registry's perspective then, since you're the one in the way on the other side, even though you use a backend provider, so you have relatively little control of what happens on the technical side. But
yeah, I mean, I would say that it's the awareness. It's a lack of awareness among the general public.
Mm-hmm. Michele, you have your own microphone for a reason.
I know. I'm not too sure why. I hate agreeing with Peter. It really, really bugs me. But I think I'll have to agree with him on this in this case. But it's not the only complication. I mean, in terms of the technical integration, there's so many variants and so many registries claim that they're using a standard EPP, but God only knows whose standard they're using because it's not standard. They're all different. Also, as well, I suppose the complexities around quote-unquote innovation. In other words, broken, stupid pricing models being adopted by a lot of new DTLD companies who think it's a really good idea to be innovative. In other words, gouge people for more money. That's causing problems. I think the two go hand in hand. I don't think awareness is an issue. I think demand is an issue.
Well, and I'll get to Sasha in a moment, but in a way, I would say to take the point that you're making about the TLDs, particularly the new ones that are commercial operators, trying to be very creative, not always in a positive way.
Well, none of them are being creative realistically. No, they keep on saying they're being creative by coming up with stupid pricing models. Mm-hmm. I'm yet to see a single new TLD do anything creative in terms of actually go-to-market strategy. Mm. That I haven't seen. Yes. I mean, the only one we saw that was anyway interesting was .hiv, but financially it was a disaster. Mm.
So
it's unfortunate. Yeah.
From a perspective of a CCTLD, which obviously you guys also have that interesting perspective that you are a member-based association, so in a way your members are the registrars that sell .de. So in a way it's hard for them to come and blame the registry for doing something crazy when it's really them that do it.
That's correct, but I do have to agree with Peter. Standardized processes are a real challenge at the moment.
For example, we've talked to our registrars regarding registry log and should we do a branding or not, and they said, no, call it registry log anyway because we will know what it means. Everyone has implemented it differently. So this indeed is a real major challenge.
So for us as a new player in the market, it's more about naming, actually, because if you now walk on the street and if you talk to people who don't have a domain name yet, they would not know that it's the domain name they were talking about. They know it's the name of their website, but not what the domain name is. So we'll do some market research, how to improve the naming and customer communication to really improve on that side, because I think we all are within our industry really focused on technical terms, and if you now look in the German market, we focus on English terms, and a lot of people do not understand what we are talking about. So there's a lot of room for improvement to really communicate on a proper customer level, what they understand.
Mikkel, what do you think? From a CCTLD and a GTLD, obviously, you guys do also the commercial part for the Amsterdam as well, right? A little bit, to a certain extent.
No, we're basically the registry service provider for .Amsterdam, though we do work closely with the party that does the commercial side of things there. And I think if you ask me what the biggest issue in the domain name industry is right now, I think that Michele had a telltale statement when he said that he still had to see the first good creative go-to-market strategy. My feeling is that there are many parties in this industry, especially on registry level, who still have to realize that nowadays a new domain doesn't sell itself. You actively have to develop a go-to-market strategy, a branding, and you actively have to translate that in something that is sellable. Or as Michele himself, I think, told about .tel this morning, something that does not take 2 minutes to explain to any potential customer.
So in a way, to pick up on that argument, is the fact that they're new a selling point? Do people care the difference between, say, a CCTLD? We heard this morning that 2 letters is better than 4. Well, some people would think so, right?
That's like a 2 legs good, 4 legs bad, or 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. I mean, it sounds very Orwellian.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But certainly, like, I think one of the issues, to go back also to the awareness discussion, is the fact that a lot of what you read in even mainstream media about domain names today, and about new TLDs in particular, is all the negative press that some of the TLDs that are made kind of squeezing people out of their money, their business model, that they're driving to themselves, which in a way, they're ruining it for the rest of us, right? We're trying to kind of sell domain names to people who legitimately have interest in using them, and the reality is then all media is interested in talking about is .sax and .feedback. Question for Jeanette and for Catherine then, how is that affecting your effort in promoting your TLDs, making the people more aware of the fact that .global or .berlin or .hamburg exist, they're a valid alternative when they do come back? I've had this experience myself on Twitter with somebody that came back, so, oh, there's .cloud, yes, another one of these extensions that mean nothing. Has anybody seen any good domain name used on these extensions? So how do you fight back that negative press that the others are creating for you?
I mean, it's difficult. I mean, it's there, and I mean, you can only do so much as a single registry. We can't do it all alone, but all we can do is tell them about us and what we do. And of course, there's going to be, the general media is always going to catch on to the alarming news or whatever is a danger, and look out for this, and your trademark is going to get hijacked, look out for this. I don't know what else to do than to try and spread other news. Tell them about ourselves.
Catherine, obviously you have a relatively easier life in the sense that you don't have the whole world to talk to. You talk to your communities there, particularly in Berlin. It's been a long time coming, so clearly people are aware of it. And I mean, I was there with some friends in August, and the researching clubs, a lot of them do use .berlin domain names. So clearly, in a way, for you, it's been easier?
It is. So probably one point is that we've been out there for 11 years now. So we started back in 2004, and we have close to 100 shareholders, which of them are associations in the city. And they do a lot of marketing for us, just publishing news pieces and adding us in their newsletters, so that's fine. In addition, we've chosen a huge number of local important players. For instance, the universities like HU, the Humboldt University is now switching to HU.Berlin. We have big public administration which changed. We just saw the financial institutions, their employer agency changing to a Berlin domain name. So we are looking for big parties which advertise a lot and asking them to migrate to a .Berlin domain name. And we don't care about international media because it's not relevant to us. So we talk with the local media, and we talk with multipliers, and we talk with people who can bring this into further areas like web hosters or SEO, SEA, people who are really interested in getting more information about domain names. So we have a very local market taken care of, so it's probably much easier than dealing with global customers.
Well, there's also a matter of highlighting the good examples of usage, and the fact is that although people want to make it sound like there are so many infringements going on, the number of disputes that has been in the TLD space is not that many compared to how many actual domains have been registered. So the information is angled a bit in the wrong way. So I feel like highlighting the usage and the good examples is really important. And that goes for all of the extensions, not just global. It goes for all of them.
I think, I mean, obviously that's an experience I share myself in launching .cloud. One of the things we realized that the only way you can get people interested in something that is intrinsically not interesting, people don't really care about domain names, is by giving them some good examples of how other people are using these domain names, right? So it's nice that I have on the panel actually one of my pioneers, or actually two of my pioneers, because I have both Atomia and Black Knight, using Black Knight and Atomia.cloud as, again, we didn't ask them to rebrand, but what they're doing, they're using these domain names to showcase their part of their offering that is cloud-related. So in a way, they haven't revolutionized the way they're working with marketing, they're just clarifying that part of their message, which I think is powerful, because obviously one of the things that many people are afraid of when they come back and say, but I already have a .de, a .nl, or a .sc, so why would I need to completely switch my presence? And I think one important message is that you can use, if you're creative in a good way, you can use new domain names, either in any extensions, in new ways to kind of drive interest for what you're doing and kind of tell your story differently.
I mean, sure. I mean, we've got a bunch of new TLD domains that we're using for specific things. I mean, they're not. Any registry who comes to me and says, you know, we want you to be a pioneer, we want you to switch from .com to .our new TLD, we will laugh them out of the office. They can ask. I mean, feel free to ask. Any registry can ask us, but we will laugh at you. But having said that, we have done, say, for .cloud, we have Black Knight.cloud, which gives you an overview of all the cloud services we have. We've blacknight.press, where you'll find press releases, media mentions. What other ones do we have? There's a bunch of them. We've got a bunch of different ones that we've been using. So, for example, blacknight.christmas has our Christmas opening hours.
Okay. I thought he would have a picture of you and Paul dressed as Santas and a little elf. Oops.
There's probably laws against that. I mean, though that image is still floating around, the one which is Elf Yourself, which somebody designed.
And you do have a very talented designer.
Yes, who's got a fixation with cats. So we have, you know, we have done a lot of different things with that. And personally, I've been using them. If you get one of my business cards, it's a .host. And that's great, and that's fine. But the problem, of course, is that's one domain. Maybe it's two domains, maybe it's three. I mean, I think in the case of .berlin, it's relatively easy. But, you know, how many domains does .berlin need to have up and running? in order to be viable economically. And that's part of the challenge.
Yeah. There's a lot of these new extensions that clearly thought that applying for a new TLD was a machine to print money. And some of them have already tried to sell off. I mean, you made that example before. HIV was an extremely interesting experiment, but at the same time, what they were trying to do was probably hard to explain to the end customer, and also that they didn't have the resources to keep it afloat while they were figuring out their business model.
Well, it's interesting that you say that with the volume and the fact that you got to keep your registry afloat. See, that's where the pricing comes in.
Yeah.
Like if you have an extension
It's
where you want to
revenue,
create massive volumes, yeah, of course you're going to have a lower price, but maybe volume is not all that we should be grasping after. Maybe it's just hollow and just empty volume is not all that valuable either.
Yeah. Now we do have a lot of those examples, particularly in the new TLD space, where it's all about how many domain names under management you have. And maybe that's part of a different strategy they're playing. But I agree with you. Ultimately, if you run a business, what you care about is whether your numbers are red or black. So that's definitely a good point that you're making. One thing that I want to ask, obviously, Jimmy, you've been an entrepreneur for many years. I was at Web Summit a couple of weeks ago, and one of the things I noticed is that there is a lot of startups actually using new TLDs and kind of jumping on that train and say like, well, my.nl.de.com is taken. There is these like .social, .live, and so on. So what's your take on there? How? Because obviously a lot of these a lot of us are trying to get on the startup, be very startup friendly. What's your impression?
I guess this is it was the promise of the new TLDs, right? You know, the fact that it can be kind of challenging to find free strings in old domain names, but I think in general that probably you're going to find a higher concentration of users when it's completely fresh new businesses than in established companies that have already the .com and the other TLDs for H's.
Mm-hmm. Lupia works a lot. You have quite a lot of startups here in Sweden that use your services. And I actually do have a question for the two of you guys there, because we heard this morning that the Nordics particularly, they don't seem to be very receptive to the whole new TLD messaging. Most people still stick to the .c, .nu, .dk, and so on. And part of it, in my opinion at least, is also the fact that there aren't that many big ICANN accredited registrars up here that deal directly with the registrars. In many cases, you have to get those information through the registrars you work with. Would you say that, is that an issue for you guys? Do you care about new TLDs?
No.
Good.
Yes. No, I think it's actually, well, we heard about the new TLDs for a long time, but still nobody has actually convinced me why we need them. I mean, of course, if your name is taken, or the word, whatever you want to call it, yeah, it's a new possibility, but otherwise, I don't really see the reason for it. Perhaps a new channel to make some money, of course, but no. And the requests from the customers in Sweden are really, really low, I would say. So, no, not a big business.
I think obviously one of the main reasons there is the difference between the .c and .nu and say .ie, as we heard this morning, that it's fairly easy and cheap to register .sc and .nu. Even though obviously one of the good things for the CCTLD managers is that in any country you go to, reality is that people, regular people, the ones who are not domain geeks like us, to your point as well of saying they don't care about new TLDs, they will always request two extensions. One is .com, and the other one is the local CCTLD. At the same time, and this is a question I have both for Sasha and for Michiel, so on one side, every time you talk to a CCTLD manager, they always tell you that, oh yeah, new TLDs haven't really affected our business. We're still growing. We're still kind of seeing good business on our side. I do feel, though, that new TLDs at least have changed the mindset of how CCTLDs registries feel they have to work, that you need to be a bit more, in a way, customer-oriented than many. Obviously, clearly, you guys represent two of the CCTLDs that have always been kind of more proactive towards the registries. There are others were a little less cooperative. Michele, no, this is a question for Sasha and Michiel now. But how have new TLDs changed the way you guys organize your work, right? Not your business, not how did it change your numbers, but how did it change the way you work?
I think the most important change, if you look at our .NL now and 5 years ago, is if you had asked me 5 years ago what .NL was for, I would say, well, it's the domain for everything. Everybody wants something in the Netherlands, you can use .NL. What you're seeing now, but it's not so much caused by new GTLDs, but more by what was discussed this morning, Facebook, mobile devices, is that domain names in general, and .NL domain names in particular, are becoming more and more registered for business purposes. 5 years ago, people registered because they wanted to start a private blog. These days, they don't because they have Facebook. They don't register for personal email because email, that's the thing you use if you've lost your Facebook password. Yeah, that was an actual response we got on a survey. But what they do realize is that a good, serious domain name is something that you can use if you ever want to start your own business. And that is something that we're really building upon at the .NL registry right now. And I think that is the major difference. You should, as a registry, realize you're no longer the domain for everything. No. In this market, you have a position, people look at you in a certain way, and you have to make sure that the brand meets expectations. That, I think, is the most important change brought about by recent developments for .NL.
Sasha?
Well, I do agree with Michiel, but I think there are two different aspects. One is how do mobile apps or Facebook, social networks affect the TLD, and the other one is actually how do NTLDs or new TLDs affect the CCTLDs. I think the CCTLDs are around for a very long time. We have a lot of good processes. We have a lot of experience. We have paid a lot of prices for learning things that we haven't done very good, or where we had to grow and learn and strengthen our core values. Rather, I think it is important to work again and get more intense in the CCTLD community, work together, and there's a lot of exchange between us and also other CCTLDs on joint processes and joint projects. And I think there will be way more collaboration between the CCTLDs now, and this is, I think, how it changes our picture.
So we were talking about awareness before, and I'll get to Miguel in a second, but I do have a question, a follow-up question for the two of you, because obviously, in a way, as I said, because you are the obvious choice in Germany, the obvious choice in Holland, that can easily mean that you just fall back on this dominant position. So do you actively try to drive awareness about domain names? Like .c in Sweden does an amazing job with all the things we've seen this morning in the presentation, the guides, driving like the development of the internet forward. They've done advertising in the streets, and a number of occasions with billboards. How do you guys work towards the end customers, right? So is that, yeah.
Well, for example, last month we sponsored the Day of the Starter, which is organized by the Dutch Chamber of Commerce, meaning basically that we gave presentations to audiences of starting entrepreneurs in the Netherlands, and basically that we provide content as to, okay, if you start your own company, how do you go about registering your own domain name, etc., etc. That is the kind of activity that we have been developing over the last few years, and we've noticed that actually both the starting entrepreneurs as well as our registrars appreciate us doing that, as long as we stick to awareness and don't start getting into sales, of course.
Okay, of course. Sasha?
I agree with Michiel. We're doing a similar thing. We're raising more awareness by trying to be more present at events like the World Hosting Days, or we are for years together with our colleagues from Austria and Switch hosting the Domain Pass every year. So we're trying to be more present and where we meet end customers and can raise awareness for .de.
Mm-hmm. So Michele, you had a comment before. Do you want to?
I just think it's interesting that there has been a change. I mean, a lot of the CCTLDs have become a bit more customer-oriented. And by customer, I mean registrars.
Which is something that some CCTLDs would disagree with.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, our friend this morning from .is, if he's in here somewhere, I am going to follow up with him on this bet about getting my mother to register a domain via his website.
Okay, if he's not around tomorrow, we'll come and look for you.
That's fine, that's
Okay,
fine.
good.
But I mean, one of the things that I think, I don't know, others can comment on this, but there was a certain number of CCTLD registries who seemed to view registrars as this annoyance, as this kind of thorn in their side, not something that they had to deal with, but not something they wanted to deal with. And I think in the case of .nl, and I've no direct dealings with .de, so I can't speak to that. I mean, .nl, I think, wasn't one of them. A couple of the other larger CCTLDs had realized that working with the channel was a good thing, but a lot of the smaller ones were terrible to deal with. I mean, they used to make a diktat, like, this is what you were going to do. And you're looking and you're just going, this won't work.
This is what we're gonna do
tomorrow. A particular CCTLD that shall remain nameless decided that it would be a very good idea to introduce a promotion 2 working days later, which required a new EPP extension. And then was very upset when none of the registrars turned it on. It was like, well, what do you expect? But I think that has changed. It has changed, which is good. I still hate registries, but I think this has improved.
But at least you can be in the same room as they are.
I didn't say all registries.
Okay, yes, some of them. Enough of them to run your business.
October was very nice.
Yes, of course.
No, but what you're saying here is very interesting because that is the struggle that we're dealing with throughout. Like, the registrars are overwhelmed. They have a ton of work to do as is, and now all of a sudden comes hundreds and hundreds of TLDs wanting the help, the assistance, focus on this, highlight me. And if we're not getting, we're struggling getting across to all of the registrars as is, how are we going to get across to the end customer in a sensible way? It just doesn't work that way. We're just going to have to wait for a while until things settle and people can sort of wrap their head around what's going on. And right now, it's still very new, and people are feeling their way through this jungle, and it is what it is. That's why you're feeling that way.
I think that was one of the issues there, that many new TLD registries expected there would be the queue at the door when they would open. And in reality, these are things that take time to build, right?
Yeah.
Catherine?
Yeah, that's our impression as well. So last year, we developed individual marketing plans for each registrar, sent that out, and we have a long list of potential marketing activities and communication proposals and whatever, and very few of them have been adopted. So the decision has then been to kind of skip this marketing with registrars for the time being, let them introduce all those no GTLDs, settle out which ones are important, which ones not, and after that, get back and do some registrar marketing with them. And for the time being, just do local marketing, get new testimonials on board, get people convinced to convince others, like all those web agencies and so on.
So I think we have, Elge is sleeping, but time to come back. We're like 5 minutes to coffee, and I know we have a room full of experts in the domain name space. So I was wondering is there anybody else in the room that would like to share their view or ask questions to our panelists before we go for coffee? Save the evil questions for the next session, because that's where I saved mine as well. So we're going to have a lot of fun. And I don't see it, so somebody please tell me if anybody's raising their hands or... Okay, everything was perfectly clear. Okay, great. So obviously, one of the issues there is, and maybe Elge can help us, and Torbjörn and Elge can help us with this, and I'll pull you upstairs. Because obviously, there are some of the new TLD registries, including myself to a certain extent, that are crossing the bridge between registrars and registries, because the company that owns .cloud is a big registrar in Italy. And clearly some of them are selling domain names directly. Some of them are in the situation where they both kind of push directly, and then they also want you to sell their TLDs, and they'll kind of do special deals and stuff like that. But there have been obviously CCTLDs that have tried that before, and .c being one of them, where we heard that other CCTLDs are going away from the direct model. So again, I don't want to pick on Michele, but let's go first to Jimmy and to Peter. Like, I'm not going to ask you what's your feeling about a CCTLD registry selling direct, but yeah, why? I mean, why? If you were in their position, why wouldn't you?
First, I keep hearing some registries saying a word I haven't heard before. It's called marketing. I don't know what that is. I'm not used to see registries doing marketing locally. But selling to the end user, I think they going to discover that it's very difficult actually to sell their product because, as Michele said a million times, people do not know what a domain name is. They don't know why they want that. So they want to buy what they want. Again, I feel I'm repeating Michele all this morning, but
you're agreeing again.
Isn't this wonderful? It's scary.
The end of the world is near.
But they want to be online with their whatever shop or whatever presence and sell something. It could be sick boards or whatever. They don't care about domain names actually, and all they want is they want to pay for a presence online. Just wave the credit card once would be sufficient, and be online. And if you have to go by ISNIC to buy the domain name, go to Michele to buy the server.
You can ask Michele's mom, she knows how to do it.
Call Michele's mom to get some content on the website.
Like that could be approved.
She could be a very popular woman.
Yeah.
It's totally. It won't happen. So.
Yeah. Jimmy, what do you think?
No, I don't think that the registry itself should have direct sales. They should use registrars or resellers or whatever they want to call them. For many reasons. First of all, especially when it comes to CCTLDs, I don't like monopoly on the market, which is one way. And the other one is, of course, that the registrars has a lot of different channels that the registry don't have and can't have. So I think they actually need us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is true.
On that note.
But that is also the problem. You can't all go through the same channel at this stage. There's too many extensions, and there's not enough time for the registrars. At some point, you might have to do a little bit of the work yourself, and if that in turn ends up having customers go to you and buy the domains, I mean, it helps everyone. But I feel like it's inevitable at this stage for registries to do some of the work ourselves.
Do you guys sell direct?
No, we don't sell directly, but we do marketing direct towards, the end customer.
Okay.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with her, because I would never disagree with her, because it would be far too hard. But I think the line is whether a registry selling direct or marketing direct is directly competing against your channel. So let's stop talking about domain names for a moment. Let's talk about Microsoft.
Yes.
Okay? How many of you in here sell Microsoft products and services? Few? Okay. Do you ever feel kind of uncomfortable when you're dealing with Microsoft, that they're trying to, do two things at once, which is force you to sell their product, but at the same time they're stealing your customers? Excuse me? There are cameras here. Yeah, probably. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's...
You can look in the camera and send a message to Microsoft.
Dear Microsoft, stop screwing with the channel. And it's the same thing with, the vertical integration scenario. So I see some where there's vertical integration and it's upfront, it's clear, and you know what they're doing. And they're not abusing their position. But then you have other ones where they are abusing their position. I mean, they really are. I'm getting emails from one registry in particular who shall remain nameless, but it's not .global.
We're making the names in the next session.
We'll make the names in the next session. And they keep asking us, why aren't you doing this and why aren't you doing that? And it's like, why would I? You have your own registrar who you're giving preferential pricing to, you're giving them all the marketing funds, all the marketing support, all the good names, and then they're giving away the domains. So why should I spend my time, my energy, my effort marketing your TLD so that your registrar will get all the sales? That makes no sense to me, and it makes me quite angry.
Yeah.
I am interested in hearing Michaela's opinion following what he just said on the other side of things, namely that there are registrars who own domains and are therefore registries. That's the other side of vertical integration. How do you feel about that then?
If they're upfront about it, it's not a problem. Okay, so you take the scenario of, okay, let's call a spade a spade. Take RightSide. RightSide owns enom, name.com, and of course, RightSide Registry has, I don't know how many extensions, 100, 150?
90-something, yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of them. Okay, sure. There may be a scenario where they are competing against us, but they're not hiding the fact that they are promoting RightSide domains. Also, if you're familiar with the companies, you realize that there's a very much a separation between church and state. I mean, that the people working on the registry side aren't working on the registrar and vice versa. So it's upfront and it's fine. The reality is, I have to admit, I'm one of the people who was in favor of vertical integration simply because, from an economics perspective, it made sense. It's just when people abuse it, it becomes a problem, not the actual concept itself.
Mm-hmm. Is there a coffee break now? So I'm just checking whether we can, because that's the problem.
Did I say something really controversial? You have to go for a coffee break.
No, it's just that I want to understand whether, because there is a couple of other bigger topics I want to kind of start and continue on them. So I wonder whether.
Yeah, but look, Mikhail wants to say something. I can tell.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm bringing it up, and the reason I'm bringing it up two sides, is because I am from an industry, the insurance, before I was working at SIDN, where 15 years ago everybody said nobody is ever going to buy insurance other than through financial intermediaries. People are never going to buy something as complicated as an insurance online. Well, that branch has changed, and I'm glad not to be working in it anymore. Which makes me wonder, when you talk about vertical integration, I think you should really give it some thought. Okay, why is it that our business is so different? I mean, there are some difference, I agree.
But it's not just the domain, you see, that's the key thing. It's like, in my local market, the CCTLD also sells direct. Mm-hmm. But most people won't go to them because they're just getting the domain. They can't even get DNS service, they can't get email, they can't get hosting, they can't get a website builder, they can't get any of the other services that companies such as ours offer. Mm-hmm. Should they be forbidden from selling direct? I don't know. I mean, there's an argument in favor of saying that no, registries should never sell direct, but there's also an argument in saying that they should have that ability. Mm-hmm. And I'm not 100% sure which is the best answer.
I think one of the issues there is that technically, as a registry, you are obliged to treat every registrar equally, and ICANN is supposed to control that you live up to that.
But, but we're talking about CCTLDs here, not GTLDs.
Clearly.
And CCTLDs do whatever the hell they want.
Absolutely.
As we've seen.
Yeah, but isn't it always just comes down to a matter of respect? Like, if you treat people fairly within the industry and you don't.
Sorry,
are you in the same one industry, two planet? I mean, right. I mean, I don't want to get into an argument with you because you're a very nice girl, but like fairness and respect are wonderful things to look at, but I could mention names of certain people and ask you then, honestly, do you think that they're going to treat you or anybody else with fairness and respect? And you know that they won't.
No, some people won't.
No,
I'm not saying they won't.
But if you build a system based on that, then it's going to be abused.
Okay. Yeah, but that's the case always. That's always the case. And I don't think, my point is, I don't think that you can or you should forbid registries to go direct if they do it in a nice manner. If they don't and they end up suffering for it, suit themselves.
We'll get back to that argument after the coffee break, because I feel like we're getting into the part where we're starting making names. I like that. So we'll be back in half an hour, right? All right, thanks.
I want you, we can bring it on the floor. Never danced like
right. Did we have any last-minute defections? No? Everybody? No, we're missing one. It's been replaced by a bottle of Coke. Okay, good.
Is that an improvement?
What? I'm not going to
called
comment
branding.
on that. I cannot possibly comment on that. Okay. That's not even... Okay. All right, let's give him a minute. No. We do have 1.5 hours to fill now anyway.
I think he's looking at R2D2.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah, when you get R2D2 up on stage.
Exactly. What do droids think of domain names?
Do droids dream of electric sheep?
Yes.
They dream of domains.
It's a non-standard droid. Oh, God.
EPP?
Is this the time for EPP-related jokes? I know.
Download the EPP extension for R2D2. Yes, exactly.
Wow.
I know. Registries.
Can't live with them.
But you kind of have to. Or do you? Which is exactly what I'm going to ask you now. We are live now. Okay, then we'll do... Can you put the bottle of Coke back in the... No? Product placement. All right, then we're back. And I hope you enjoyed your coffees and the cakes were really good. So I promised you that this would be like the second part of today, right before we go for drinks. It's going to be the naughty part of the evening. So I've saved all my really evil questions for now, for this session. And obviously, we do have 1.5 hours to fill. We'll see how it goes. Hope it doesn't involve any punches or anything. As I said, I promised hugs at the end of the evening. So hopefully, we'll get there. But then let me start with a different. So we've talked a little bit about, obviously, registries, both CCs and UTLDs trying to do their own thing, trying to bypass the registrar channel, or simply like registries that want to impose their way of doing things on registrars. Now, and obviously, clearly, when it comes to new TLD registries, there is a simple answer that registrars can give them. It's like, I'm not going to carry your TLD. But we also have issues. So, for instance, there was a case, a pretty famous case, and I know we have Nominate in the room, so I hope they don't feel like that I'm pointing the finger at them. But there was a case when they changed some of the regulations related to .uk, and a major German registrar decided, we're not going to sell .uk anymore. So the question I have, and I'll start with Michele, because I think we need a punch. So particularly, I'm going to start with you, particularly because you are actively trying to get people to switch from your local CCTLDs, which you feel they're not cooperative, to a different extension that you feel is more appropriate to your customers. So do you see yourself in a not-so-distant future dropping .ie if things don't change?
I would love to say yes, but the reality is no. And that's mainly down to the fact that, for us as a company, much as we hate it, we still sell a lot of them. And we make quite a bit of money from selling them. If I could drop it as an extension easily, I would, definitely. If I was based in any other country in Europe, I would not carry it as an extension. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, the way the Irish market is, if you want to sell any domains and hosting and other services within that market, you need to deal with the local CCTLD, no matter how insane and awkward they are to deal with. That doesn't mean I'm going to take it lying down or quietly, but that's the reality.
Peter, you're also very famous in Denmark and in the community for being very vocal about your local CCTLD.
Thank you.
Do you see a future where you would drop .dk if things don't improve?
It has crossed my mind several times, but again, as Michaela says, a lot of my customers unfortunately want this CCTLD. It would be easier for me sleeping if I just drop them sometimes. But
so do you actively try to steer your customers to other TLDs, or?
It doesn't matter how much I try to steer them, because being Danish is part of We saw a presentation earlier with 80% of TLDs being used in Denmark was .dk. I can maybe push that down to 75, but it will still be in demand.
So you do feel that even if you dropped it like in the list of available TLDs, people would go somewhere else?
Yes.
Okay.
We've taken it as far as if you do a direct search for domain.ie on our website, the website will ask you, are you sure you don't mean domain.irish?
What's been the reaction to that? Besides the IDR, but what's been the customer?
Well, I mean, sure, some of them probably have registered a few. You know, the position that it appears on the website's irrelevant. It's absolutely irrelevant. As long as we offer it, people will register the damn things.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the complete opposite to the situation we have with new TLDs. So, you know, in the case of both Peter and myself, we have a demand for a TLD that we don't particularly want to offer, whereas there are plenty of TLDs we're quite happy to offer, and there's no demand. And that's a bit of a problem, because, you know, we've all spent, those of us who are directly accredited, have spent a lot of time, energy, effort, and resources in doing the technical integrations, dealing with all the stupid contracts. Fortunately, a lot of registries realized that electronically signing contracts was the way forward. So I still have my right hand.
But not your finger.
Not my finger, but yeah. So, I don't know, it's just like, we've invested a lot, so in some respects, it's kind of like, okay, I need to get a return from this. But at the same time, how much of it, is it a case of saying, okay, it's not working, let's not put any more money into it?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, we've had those discussions internally. So now we've reached the point where if most TLD registries that come to us, we've now whittled it down to the point it's like, okay, which backend are you using? Do you do post-payment? And if they say they're using some weird backend registry we're not integrated with, we're just like, no, go away. You know, or maybe come back to us in a year's time or 2 years' time, because unless the TLD is incredibly attractive, I'm not going to bother carrying it. Mm-hmm. There's no point.
I think this brings an interesting point and a question I wanted to ask to Jimmy at Atomia, because there is also something that makes this relationship even more complicated. Clearly, one of the issues that the new TLDs have brought along in a much broader extent than before is dealing with premium names, to give an example, right? Or also the fact that new TLDs have to support DNSSEC, which is something that many CCTLD registries have been trying to actively push. But then reality is that, and Michele, you are an example, even though you're not a customer of Atomia, you do use third-party software to run your hosting company. That means that you don't have 100% control of your backend. So it doesn't matter how much you might want to do a certain thing, you need to go back to somebody else, who in turn does not have a relationship with the registry, right? So Jimmy, how do you guys work as a provider to somebody who wants to sell domain name, but as somebody that doesn't necessarily work directly with the registry?
No, I think the issue would be the same if you would develop your software yourself. It's you know, it's of course longer time to get up and running with a TLD if you have to do specific development work. So we are of course much, as the registrar, every registrar would say, much happier with TLD, standardized EPP and same business rules and no silly, because actually, you know, the actual technology is one thing, you know, but these different processes that CCTLDs mainly and few of the new GTLDs do that differ, you know, they are even worse for your business because you have to teach everyone at staff to know the business logic and all kind of different policies. So I would say that there is a large demand from our customers, which is registrars in one way, to have this easy to use standardized TDLD, GTLD and CCTLD processes. But
are you trying to get more involved in this, like engage directly with registries, try to get this support directly? What's your strategy
to be honest, we do what we have demand for, like the registrars, right? If our customers want to resell some specific TLD, then we will invest effort in it if there is enough demand, right? But I think that in general the situation from registrar perspective and us as software provider is the same.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. So you want to say something, Peter? Yes, because obviously you're building your own system instead, right?
Yes, I'm the programmer myself, so I know for a fact how difficult it can be for a system if it changes all the time, constantly making changes. But yeah, there was something else I forgot.
Okay. So related to this thing, obviously that you mentioned in some cases you hate the way the registries are working, but you have no choice because you have demand, while at the same time you don't have demand for others who might be easier to deal. And I'm looking at you, but I also more of a question for the registries first and foremost, so for Jeanette and for Catherine, but also for our CCTLDs. So we've touched a little bit about driving awareness. So let me turn that around. Are you guys looking at engaging with not registrars and not kind of end users, but kind of partners that can help you drive that awareness? How do you work with that?
So for instance, there's a big media outlet in Hamburg, which we discovered offers website builders.
Exactly.
It's a very nice service. So an editor goes to the client and takes pictures, and there's another guy writing the story about the company, and then does the whole website. So they do this complete service, which they offer together with a website builder called Jimdo. And when we discovered this partnership between those two, we figured out how could they integrate a .hamburg or .berlin domain name into that offering, and found out that, well, for mere €100, you could get a Hamburg domain name. So, well, then we started talking with them and educating them that they're based in Hamburg and there might be some demand, and then they checked with their customer service and found out, yes, there's a lot of demand, and nowadays they do offer those domain names included in the package. But that took us a year, so it's not an easy ride, kind of change all those provisioning services in third-party software. And I guess there would be some more out there which we haven't discovered yet. We got in contact with some other website builders, but it's still quite a long way to have a use case and then adopt their processes.
Jeanette, what about you guys?
If we're using...
Well, how do you say, obviously, we talked about site builder, which are also like, particularly some of the big ones that do sell to end users, they drive quite a lot of registrations, even though they don't sell domain names directly. So, right, similarly to resellers in a way, right? You as a registrar, you as a registry very often do not have visibility of how many domain names a specific reseller would sell, but you're probably aware of which resellers you would want to engage with. So how do you kind of work the next level and the...
I mean, yeah, of course, we're looking into those as well. It goes a lot of work into that to sort of make your way past the registrars, which you don't want to do, so you have to go through them and sort of work together with them with select resellers and that are willing to do it. But there's a lot of education that goes into it too if you're approaching resellers, because they don't usually know as much about every extension, so you have to sort of guide them what it is and how to use it and how to sell it. You can't just, it's not an easy thing to do, but yeah, it's an important thing to do. So yeah, we do that.
So obviously, like, again, we talked about the fact that you want to get your extension in the registrars. Everybody wants to be in top 5, and sadly there are only 5 spots in the top 5. That's so clearly, and as Michele mentioned earlier, clearly you're in these for the money. Now, ultimately, we all know, like, just as when you run like a brick and mortar shop, for instance, the fact
bribery also works.
Huh?
Bribery also works.
That's exactly what I'm getting to. So clearly, like, in the old days, particularly when there were a few registries, it was probably a lot easier to kind of, as a registry, not impose your will over registrars, but kind of be able to push them more effectively than it is today, when obviously they all want visibility on your interface. And I know you're looking a bit perplexed, and I understand that's probably more relevant for very big registrars that are able to move a lot of
well, no, I mean, all the registries are coming to registrars with very similar promotions. And like you say, with the top 5 thing, we get, I don't know, I mean, I would say we probably get 3 to 4 different offers every week from different registry providers. And most of them are looking for positioning. It can be top 5, top 10 search results, position on the home page, position above the fold on certain key pages on the site. A lot of them are asking for things like direct email campaigns. And for some of these things, we've just literally had to turn around to them and go, no, we're not going to do it. So for example, the email thing.
Do they offer you money to do those as well? Or is that just discounts?
That's the thing. I mean, we've had a few who have offered us something. But again, it's a bit like the Microsoft thing, really. I mean, it's, you know, they're not going to offer you enough to go off and do like a special development. They're not going to offer you enough of an incentive to make it very, very attractive. And if they're offering us, say, a couple of thousand, then they're going to have to offer a larger registrar a multiple of that. But I'm not sure even for us, you know, a couple of thousand is going to work, because if I've got to put a lot of time, energy, and effort into custom development work, or basically piss off my entire customer base for €1,000, it's not worth it. No. It's just not worth it. I mean, what we're not seeing a lot of is registries who are being a little bit more creative in how they approach things. I mean, I'd love to be in the German market, because I know Catherine and her crew do interesting stuff. I mean, they gave me a USB key at an event about 2 years ago, which I still have, by the way. It was an R2D2 shaped USB key, and that stuck in my mind because it was different. It wasn't just the standard. Sorry?
Because it has nothing to do with Berlin, or?
Well, nothing has nothing to do with Berlin, but it's like, you know, you want to capture the attention of a bunch of geeks. Give them an R2D2 shaped USB key. It'll stick with them. Give them a standard USB key. It gets thrown in the bottom of your suitcase. You get back to the office and you go, hey, I've got a bunch of USB keys. Who wants one? It gets thrown out, and that's it. You know, nobody cares. But most of the marketing we're seeing in terms of the co-marketing, promotions, they're boring. They're really boring. I'm not seeing people coming to me going, hey, we know you're involved with, I don't know, for example, my company, we sponsor the SME Awards in Ireland, so it's the Black Knight SME Awards. None of you qualified to enter, I'm sorry. Nobody's come to me and said, hey, we would love to see that to be, you know, the Black Knight .cloud SME Awards or something like that. I'm not saying that you want to, I know, but just, I'll pick on you because you're standing there. Yeah. If somebody came to me with that kind of proposition, it'd be interesting, and maybe it's something we do. But this kind of, oh, top 5, top 10, I mean, it's boring. And nobody's going to be interested. I don't know if others have any thoughts on it. No. Peter, come on, help me out here.
Yeah. I'm thinking exactly the same. I, by the way, still have the same USB key on my table.
Yeah, but it's a cool
Never
USB
looked
key.
at it, but
it's a cool USB key.
It's very cool.
It's very cool.
But we do get these same offers as you, I presume, and I cannot email my user base due to local law, and I didn't ask permission to do it, so I can't at all. And yeah, doing a top 5, whatever placement of is well, not interesting.
Does it work? Do actually do top 5 domain names sell more?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
It was a rhetorical question. But
no, but the thing is this. Okay, here's the thing. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. .com is still king. So why would I move .com, which I know is going to sell, it's an easy sell, and replace it with I don't know, .Amsterdam. Sorry, Mikhail, I have to pick on you at some point. But I mean, you know, why would I do that?
I like the way you're dividing the positive with me and the negative with him. Keep going.
That's just because you owe me lots of beer. If Dot Amsterdam came to us and said, hey, we want you to put us as top 5, I'm not even integrated, I haven't even signed, so it's completely irrelevant. But I wouldn't do it because there just wouldn't be the demand. Now, part of that is due to the fact that I don't have Dutch users.
Mm-hmm.
If I was based in Holland, then maybe I would do it.
So let me ask a question to the registrars, and then we'll get back to take the microphone away from Miguel for a while. So how much of your marketing efforts when it comes to domain names comes from you guys? So how much of it is your own ideas that you go out and I say, oh, this month I'm going to do a promotion on .new, for instance, as opposed to say, LG coming to you and saying, oh, we have this very good promotion, we want to do this thing with you. What's the division of labor there? Yeah, Jimmy can start. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, LG is on me every day, so it's.
But again, he lives in the same city you guys, so it's hard to avoid him. It's
Is he stalking you?
Yeah,
okay.
a little bit. But yeah, it's. I would say when it comes to NU and SE, it's quite a good discussion, I would say. I mean, they want to sell more, yes. We don't think they should push the sales that much, perhaps. But yeah, I think we have a good discussion, and they are open for new ideas as well. And then they come up with some ideas that are really terrible, but yeah, it's okay.
So what was your feeling when they launched the Domain Pirates? You guys were a partner, right?
We wasn't a part of the Domain Pirate, no, for several reasons. But I heard it was successful, so great.
Okay, so we'll see what they come up with now. No, maybe
yeah,
we've seen RTD2. Maybe it's like the next.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that one.
Don't wait for the Darth Vader to come and take your domain name. No, we'll see. Oh. I'm not going to charge you for that idea, Helge. Peter, what do you think?
Usually we bring the ideas to the registries, or just simply do a miniature campaign ourselves, or it's a result of we find there's a discount of a TLD that we perhaps didn't know of, but or for other reason there is a discount, and we simply use that as a opening to make a little campaign on Facebook or whatever. But it's very seldom that people come with plans to us that we think are super great. Of course, we heard about this domain pirate thing as well, but it's for Swedish entities, which there are not that many of in Denmark. So
you felt a bit left out?
Yeah, it was kind of not interesting for us. We do have Swedish customers, maybe 20, I don't know, 40, but
yeah.
How much time should I use on that?
Exactly, that's ultimately the point. But the reality is that we know, obviously, particularly some of the ones that launched very early were very pushy in calling and suggesting amazing campaigns and trying to buy their way into flows, right? And we know also that particularly some of the bigger registrars even have a price list of how much this place on my homepage is going to cost you and so on, to the point almost that it feels sometimes that some registrars are trying to make their money on the registries rather than on the registrants. No? So a question for our registry friends here. And I don't know whether you've paid for placement at any time, whether you've considered doing it. So let's see. At what condition do you think paying for placement on a specific register would be worth that kind of money? What kind of return would you expect from that perspective? Is that like number of registrations, visibility? What kind of argument would make you change your mind or confirm your mind in this topic and decide to give cash to a registrar?
It's always difficult when you start off with a new registrar because you haven't gotten familiar with their registrants yet, and all registrars are different and they have different tactics towards their customers. So you gotta sort of keep an open mind as far as, you know, that, I think. Basing it off of performance, off of registrations is always a good idea, I think, although I understand that some registrars will not like that either. But we're balancing on a very fine line because as you hear the registrars talk here, and it's understandable, I mean, they want things to be streamlined and they want to push numbers, but they want natural sales in a way, but we're not allowed to do things aside from them. So you sort of get stuck, because if you don't have big financial muscle to pull stunts, to drive sort of attention to yourself, to drive those natural sales, you have to sort of have a little help from the registrars. And for that, you have to find your way with them. Each and every one, they're different.
Catherine, what's your experience? Then we'll get to the CCTLDs and see what they think.
We won't give them money, because as Michele mentioned, either our product is relevant to the clients of the registrar, and therefore they're on that position where registrars show it to clients. For instance, with One-on-One, United Domains, and with Strato, if you check their German website, we're very visible with .Berlin and .Hamburg. And if the clients of the registrar tend to get bingo and casino and poker domain names, they won't get a Berlin instead. So it doesn't really make sense for us to pay our way in, rather finding the right registrars and developing with those registrars use cases and having arguments and texts, providing and statistics and all the stuff, explaining why .Berlin domain name or .Hamburg domain name is right and helps get better search rankings, better visibility in the city, or whatever the reasons are, but not paying in if the TUD is not really relevant to the clients of the registrar.
Michiel, what do you think? And then we'll get to Sasha.
I think I would never pay for a position in the top list, and the reason is simple. The TLD on top of a list on a registrar website are those TLDs that give you the highest chance of converting to a website and hosting. That argument goes the other way. If, say, I would pay somebody 100,000 euros and he'd be able to sell domain names, but the customer would then never actually build a website to go along with that domain name, chances are the domain is going to be deleted within a year anyway. And what return on investment do I have? I need to convince the registrars that my domain has a high chance of conversion into something that he can sell hosting and other products for. Otherwise, investing in a top position is absolutely no use.
And so, Sasha.
I totally agree with Michiel. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to increase registrations if they are not renewed after 1 year. You have not really won anything. Well, for Danik, we are in a special position because since we are cooperative, every member is equal, so we cannot really buy our way in. But we also try to show the value, show the quality, and we try to listen to our registrars. So these are more the aspects that we are focusing on and hoping to attract registrars towards .de.
So, and a general question, how relevant do you think pricing is? Obviously, because both .global and I think .Berlin and Hamburg they're not the dollar domain. I don't think any of you has an interest in going down there. Same for me. But how, and that's obviously also a question for Michele, for the registrars. How much does that really help, and how much does it instead hurt the extension? All these people trying to just make volume by giving domain names away for free. Oh God, I've seen the face of Michele.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, the whole volume obsession is not really interesting. I think it should be a little bit more on the revenue side, and in reality is just because we're used to seeing really cheap .globe or .coms and all of those, it doesn't mean that it has to always stay that way. It has to be like any industry in the world. This one too has to develop and change over time, and there's going to be resistance, but I fully believe that having a price between $50 to $100 for a domain for a year for businesses, it shouldn't be that much. It's not that big of a deal. For investing, yeah, maybe you might have to think twice compared to the really cheap ones. But I think as long as you're focusing on keeping a healthy namespace with a, solid ground that you're standing on. I think that's important right now, and it is just as valuable as maintaining large volumes that might be a lot of abusive registrations too.
Yeah. I suppose that if you're looking at certain TLDs, can I name names?
Please.
Okay.
Please.
Excellent. Excellent. So Famous 4 Media have a strategy of offering super cheap registrations. So the wholesale price on a lot of those is ridiculously low, so low that if you were to focus on price only, you'd almost have to give away the domain name for free because the cost of processing payments is going to be higher than what you'd make on the domain. But yeah, that of course means you end up with a huge number of crappy domains. I mean, they're used for spam, phishing, and other kinds of abuse. Because if you as a registrant, I mean, if I was a scumbag, which I'm kind of not, and I wanted to register a ton of domain names to use for phishing and spam and other nefarious activities, I'm going to choose the cheapest possible domain to use for it.
It's always been like that. Yes.
It's always been like that. So any TLD that pushes itself purely on that basis is going to end up filled with crap. It's going to end up being blocked on every single block list. It's going to end up where there's a lot of gateway systems that block it completely. So even though it mightn't be on a DNSBL, it'll be hardwired into a lot of systems to just not be trusted. And that's a huge problem for those TLDs, and it's going to come back and bite them on the ass. Or at least I hope it does, if there's any reasonableness and sanity in the world. Having said that, the high price strategy has two problems. One, the only people gaining are the registry, because as a registrar, our margins are so thin. So that works well for the registry, not so well for us. Somewhere in the middle, I think, is what you're looking for. You want
Isn't that like that because the wholesale price is higher, you can actually charge a higher margin, or do you feel like if it costs
You can't. You can't realistically. I mean, realistically, if I was dealing with, you know, Fortune 500 companies that are willing to spend money on domain names, then it wouldn't matter. But the reality is, the average business doesn't view a domain name as being critical, doesn't understand it. I mean, we've said this several times. And they just want the simplest, easiest, cheapest way to get their business online and keep it online. I mean, going to your point, I mean, a domain name that's only registered for 1 year and is then dropped is of no value. You want that domain name to be kept, you want it to be nourished, you want it to be cared for, you want them to actively use it. Because if they actively use it, they'll keep renewing it and you'll keep getting revenue. But you want something that's somewhere in the middle in terms of the pricing. I mean, I agree .com is too cheap. But I can't push the price of .com up. Where's Stefano? They can, picking on GoDaddy. GoDaddy and the larger registrars can push the price up, but they can't either, realistically, because they're always going to have somebody who's going to be marketing on the basis that they are not GoDaddy. We won't mention any names, but I think we all know who I'm talking about. So I mean, that's a complex thing, and I don't have an answer for you. But I'm not convinced that these high-priced ones are the solution. I mean, there's one TLD they're looking for. What is it? 5,000 to 10,000 euro for a 1-year registration. Like, who the hell's going to pay that?
Well, we also had, talking about alternative business models, we also had TLDs that wanted to charge, what, $50,000 for one domain name with a whole suite of security services around. That was, in a way, a novel approach to the business model, but also that one doesn't seem to have worked out that well. So the question is whether there is really demand for alternative uses of a domain name. You mentioned .tel before. We've seen a couple of others.
I mean, .tel, you had one, I had one. Peter, do you still have yours? Your .tel?
Yes, I'm the second user.
Okay, sorry.
Okay,
so there's the two of us left.
The reason I had mine so long is because I let it go and he wouldn't let it expire. He kept renewing it and...
I needed the third user.
Ah, okay. Were you charging him?
No.
Oh, okay, that's why.
I begged him, can you please delete it? And he did eventually.
Eventually.
But that's the thing, is a lot of these, even HIV, they're great ideas in theory, but then the moment you have to spend time explaining it to the end customer, and in the case of .tel, the moment you need to install an application on your phone to make it work, that kind of most people would say like, it's just a domain name. No? So that's I think, one of the issues. But at the same time, one of the key arguments for new TLDs was really talking about consumer choice and innovation, and instead...
But we haven't seen that. I mean,
exactly.
Okay.
Those that tried seem to have failed. So what's the incentive in trying again?
Okay, I mean, you know, Jeanette keeps talking about, you know, the volume isn't an issue. And at their price point, fine. I don't know how many globals do you have now?
20,000.
So 20,000 multiplied by their wholesale price, they can keep the lights on. That's fine. But they've been quite lucky or fortunate or very clever. I'm not too sure. Should we go very clever? Okay. Sorry, she's given me the best dirty look I've had in months. Thank you. God. That was awesome. They've been very clever. There. Okay. And that's working. But you look at some of the other ones. I mean, how many dot photos? How many dot photography? How many dot? I don't know. What's the wackiest TLD? Give me a wacky TLD. Something stupid. Oh, dot horse, for example. Which I think actually is a cool TLD.
But we both sell .horse.
We sell .horse.
Yeah, so do I.
We've actually got a website on blacknight.horse.
I don't.
Can we pull it up?
If you want to, I don't know if anybody can do that. But
a suggestion for next time, we need a keyboard and pull up.
We can pull up examples
of websites in real time.
Up in real time, but we promise not to pull up .sex, .xxx, or what's the other one? The third one?
Adult?
.sex, .xxx,
Adult?
.porn, is it? No?
No? Okay. No? No. So one thing that we touched before, also this morning, was all this fear of the competition from Facebook, from applications, but reality, and also like all these companies that know a lot about what we like and what we don't like, when are we more interested in buying certain things and so on, namely like people like Google, but also Amazon. So in a way, one of the big issues, in my opinion, more than people using Facebook or applications, is also the threat that these vertically integrated companies can pose, both to independent registries who do not have a strong distribution channel, but also to registrars who only offer a certain type of services there. So obviously, from that perspective, clearly the first one that comes to mind is Google, which admittedly probably hasn't really kind of come up with a good domain solution yet.
Well, they sent out a coupon code to a ton of their AdSense publishers and AdWords advertisers in the last few days.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, yeah, they're definitely using their market power.
Mm-hmm. So, but how do you guys see these type of, because we haven't really talked about, there's been a lot of talk about Facebook, but not a lot of talk about, say, Google itself.
Well, let me just open this one by saying that I think, in essence, Google being in the domain name industry is good news, because it means Google has an interest in remaining friends with the domain name industry.
Maybe for you as a registry, not so much for me as a registrar.
Yeah, let's say Microsoft then.
Yeah, I mean...
No.
Okay, so here's the thing. So you've got .amsterdam, you've got .nl. From your perspective, Google's great because they might help you sell more, and they might actually sell them for you. From our perspective, Google's not so great because they can effectively knock us out of business.
That's one way of looking at it, but the other one is that domain names do play a role in Google search results.
So? I'm still out of business. Why do I care?
Because an awful lot of people register your domain names, regardless of extension with you, to use them for backlinks and other search engine-related purposes.
No.
In a way, Google is giving you an awful lot of business, even though you don't realize it.
Okay, that's Google search. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about Google spinning up its own registrar, and it's now offering its registrar services to all of our clients. Mm-hmm. Because pretty much all of our clients are going to be using Google either as advertisers or as publishers.
I think one interesting thing that I think some of the bigger registrars, you mentioned GoDaddy is in the room as well, what they've been doing.
We have to mention GoDaddy. They are in the room.
Stefano.
Stefano's there. He's been very quiet.
So what I think is interesting is seeing some of these bigger registrars, not only GoDaddy, but also Web.com, moving from just being a place where you buy your domain name and your hosting into realizing that instead small and medium businesses, which are clearly the holy grail of the target market everybody wants to address. Everybody talks about small businesses and startups. That's all we seem to care about. So they've done a lot of acquisitions. They bought a number of other services that kind of help them build a complete solution. In a way, that's their way of probably competing with the likes of Google. But how do kind of small, mid-size registrar very focused on one market? How do you defend your role as the biggest registrar in Sweden, or strong player in Denmark, or the biggest registrar in Ireland?
Well, when it comes to Google or Facebook, I'm not that afraid, actually, I would say. I remember I was actually here 7 years ago and talking about the threat from Google, and still they haven't come, so I don't think it will either. Perhaps because Sweden is too small of a market, or something else, but I don't see it actually as a problem. So
how are you evolving your offering to be? Are you interested in being more than a hosting company? And
maybe.
So maybe I can ask Jimmy next to you, like how many of your because obviously you guys are big on OpenStack and all the cloud. In this case, I say cloud, not .cloud. So just to be clear, I'm not.
Well, I would say that the amount of interest we get from businesses to be started through OpenStack, in contrast to being domain businesses, is overwhelmingly in favor of cloud and VPS and OpenStack. You know, no one wants to start a domain business now. It's the ones that started it 10 years ago or 15 years ago sometimes.
Michele, very quickly, how is your business changing in this?
Oh, our entire focus is offering the end-to-end solution for small businesses. I mean, I'm not interested in talking about domains. I don't want to sell hosting. I want to sell the entire thing. So we now sell the domains, the website hosting, the website builders, the online marketing tools. We're going to be offering a whole range of cloud backup services, and we'll keep adding to that. I mean, that's the only way we can compete. I mean, it's either that or else I'm going to have to go back to one of my previous professions.
Mickey Mouse at Euro Disney?
Exactly. Well, that was the one I was hoping to avoid going back to.
Yes.
But yeah, I'll go back to working for the mouse or something else, because you know that we have to compete. So I mean, we're trying to work with Microsoft, which is diplomatically, I think I'll say it's challenging. More bluntly, ask me later. But no, I mean, offering services that compete with Google is not easy. And maybe in this market, Google and a couple of those other companies haven't come in strong. But I think to ignore them completely would be silly, and I doubt you are ignoring them. You mightn't want to admit publicly that you're looking at them closely. But I mean, look, it's like with us. I mean, we look at what all our competitors are doing all the time.
So let me ask you one thing, because obviously I have a whole panel of European registrars, European CCTLD operators, European software suppliers, right? We heard Evgeny Morozov earlier talk about the importance of knowing what happens to your data and ask questions about how is your data used, and in a way ultimately being in control of your own data, which I think is an argument that particularly for the European audience is very relevant, maybe not as much for the Americans. Clearly. So how do you kind of use that argument of saying being a European CCTLD or European-based new TLD, even though we do all have these interesting relationship between, and kind of need the balance between being a European entity following European laws and a relationship with ICANN, which is an American organization that asks us to follow certain contracts which might not always be in line with our legal requirements here. So, but how important do you think would be that argument, and how much can kind of the CCs help, or the registries help their own European registrars from that perspective? What do you think? Is that something your customers bother asking questions about, or is that just the European Commission being very protective there? That was a hard one. Everybody's like,
okay, so what was your actual question? Because you've said a lot, but I'm trying to work out what the actual question you're asking us
So,
is.
okay, so going back to Google and the fact that they're competing with you on the service, how important is your argument as being European, your data stays in Europe, all that kind of stuff, in maybe competing with that kind of organization?
Yeah, it's very important, of course. It's not that we are actually ignoring them. Of course, we are looking into all the competitors in the market as well. But it's important to find something that's well, specific for you. And for us, for example, then we are talking about support, for example, which is the most important tool for us. Talk Swedish. You can call them every day around the year and so on. And that's something that specifies us from Google, for example, if you ever try to call them sometime.
So, yeah? Is that a question? No, sorry. Catherine and Jeanette, is that something, well, obviously being German-based, that's a very strong argument, I suspect.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we never received any calls from end users. About that, where our servers were based or are based. But nevertheless, in choosing our backend registry, the decision was clearly that it has to be a European one and could not be, as well as the escrow service provider, the service must be based in Europe.
Jeanette, for a TLD called .global, is that an argument that you guys feel you can use, or?
Yes, it is.
And obviously, I'm not going to ask Dinik and SID, I think I know that. That very answer is clearly, like, being a CCTLD, clearly part of it.
The thing is, I mean, the privacy issue is something that, you know, if you'd asked me 3 or 4 years ago, you know, what people felt about privacy, I mean, okay, yeah, sure, all of us, we're kind of geeky, we're into technology, we're aware of these things. But, you know, privacy has become a hot topic. It's something that people talk about. I mean, and by people I mean, how do I phrase this? My mother and my sister both ask about it. And you know, the big problem we all face now is that there's no safe harbor. Now, for the two CCTLDs, they're like, yeah, what do we care? We don't give a damn. But for those of us dealing with GTLD data, that's a huge problem. So come January of next year, we're all screwed, because we won't be able to escrow data. We shouldn't be transferring the data outside the European Union. The Americans are very, very upset about this. And American politicians are quite confused by this entire situation. Some of them like to blame the Europeans for everything. It's our fault, by the way. We are evil. Others are a bit more aware of where this all came from. Just for context, I spent 2 days last week in Washington, D.C., trying to persuade Americans that, you know, privacy isn't a bad thing and that maybe they should respect the law, but, you know, it's an uphill struggle. I mean, in terms of the marketing, I think we all use it to a certain degree. I mean, the local language thing is an important one. We do the local language thing as well. And by local language, I don't mean English with an Irish accent. I mean, we actually do things in the Irish language. Now, that's a problem, though, as well, because the Irish market is tiny. And I won't be able to get that nice yacht or that nice house on the sea on a tropical island if I stick to the Irish market. So I have to come up with some other solution. We can talk about that later, Francesco.
Okay, very good. Over beers, absolutely.
Well, it's going to be, you know, the strategy how .cloud is going to help make me a multimillionaire.
Sure.
Okay.
Dream on. So I want to, obviously, we do have, what, about 40 minutes left of this session. Is there any questions in the audience? Obviously, feel free to ask. Elge wants to ask some questions. Before I kind of go back and ask a couple of other questions myself.
Well, I have a question for this
Okay,
mixed panel. And I think regarding this question, you have a different point of view. My question is, can you please define a successful TLD in order of characteristics? What is the characteristics of a successful TLD?
A TLD, a CC, a G?
A TLD in general.
Well, obviously it needs to be used, but it's really it's really early on to be defining a TLD as successful or not, I think. I think in 5 years, a couple years at least, it will be more interesting to see. But a successful TLD, I think, would be one that is used, that is respectful namespace, and that is healthy financially by the registry, I think.
Okay, next.
I do agree regarding the usage, and I think also continual growth and a continual renewal rate.
And becoming relevant for the respective target group. So an obvious choice, for instance, in Berlin and Hamburg, to get that domain name instead of a .de, sorry.
It's basically about usage and registrations. People keep using your domain name more often than they use others, and intend to register it more than they intend to register others. And those two factors are your most important performance indicator.
So let me follow up on that question a second and ask registries or registrars, how important is the relative relationship between registry and the success of a TLD? So how much, say, for .Berlin, how much is the work you put in and how much is the effort your registrar put in there that will make Berlin successful? What is your impression?
Well, actually, for the time being, it's really hard because most of the registrars still struggle to implement all those new GTLDs, right? So we don't have a proper market situation where we just operate and get into stable operations and do whatever registrars typically do. So I guess this will be different next year when the last few new GTLDs have been implemented. But I guess it would be quite the same. So half of the activities are done by the registrars and the other half of activities by the registries, because to be honest, one knows, of course, a lot about the German market, but they don't know as much about the Berlin market and the Hamburg market. Neither do they know the local activities and the multipliers and the big companies and so on. So it's really a lot of local stuff we have to do and knowledge we have to give in marketing the TLDs.
Anybody else wants to?
I think you can't do it alone. You have to have your registrars with you. You have to support them. You have to take them with you. You have to listen to them. So it's more of a symbiotic relationship.
Michele, what do you think?
He's used the word I was going to use. I think it's the symbiotic thing that's interesting. I mean, going back to the original question about success, stability I think is really, really important. Economic stability and technical stability, because we have seen situations down through the years where certain TLDs have been unstable, and it's the kind of thing where I can imagine a situation where, let's say, we end up with a grading system almost of most TLDs are going to be green, stable, they're unlikely to fall over, but certain other ones you're going to have to red flag and say, don't register these domains, or if you do, you're doing so in the knowledge that it could cause you headaches. I mean, a classic example would be .ly. .ly is not a TLD that I would ever recommend, for the simple reason that it's just technically not going to be stable. Whereas .global or .cloud, technically, there's absolutely no issue. But it's a factor that you have to have in the back of your mind, because ultimately we're going to get it in the neck from our clients if there's an issue.
Ultimately, it's always your fault.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they're dealing with us, it's our problem. I mean, we had the rather ridiculous situation a couple of years ago where a client who had only registered the domain name through us but wasn't using any other service started sending my staff very, very abusive emails. I mean, ridiculously abusive. I mean, this was a kind of abuse level 10 unlocked. And it was all because the hosting provider they were using was having problems. But, as far as they were concerned, they were dealing with us, so it was our problem. The financial stability is key, because I think, if the domain registry is going to go out of business, that would be a problem. That would be a big problem. And if you go to domainer events and you're talking about new TLDs, one of the first questions the domainers will ask you is about the financial stability of the new TLD program. Because from their perspective, they're treating this as a purely business transaction. I'm investing in this product. How do I know it's going to be there?
Mm-hmm.
And then all the other things people say about, serving the right market and all that is great. But stability, I think, is really, really important. I mean, it's like with us when we choose a vendor for a product or service. We have been bitten on the ass several times where we've invested time, energy, effort, and everything else in rolling out services using something. And then the company's gone belly up. I mean, that's not a good experience.
Yeah, I know. I want to ask the same question to Jimmy from Lubia also, because then I want to ask that question to the guys from the sea. The relative relationship of registry and registrar in the success of a TLD. How much is that your responsibility? How much is their responsibility?
Well, as a registrar, I must say it's most on us, of course. But I think it's a little bit depending on what TLD you're actually dealing with. I mean, some do more than the others, but in the end, it's we that actually sell the domain, so we are doing more, I would say. But also, it's also cooperation.
Mm-hmm. So, any of you? I know Dan is not in the room, but any of you two care to comment on that? Obviously, you're the registrar's manager, so come on.
As with anything these days, I would say that it will have to be a cooperation. In Union, the registry and registrar should have a relationship that further the financial and technical stability.
So, on that note, I want to ask you a question. One of the things that I felt when the new TLD program was coming together back in 2008 and on until 2012 is that there was a lot of people on both sides, like registrars that were like, oh, let me show you how to run a registry. You guys don't, and registrars said, you know nothing about running a registry. Let me show you how to run a registry. So the question I have for you guys as we go towards the end of this session is, I was going to ask you what's your, if you had to describe your ideal registry, but I'll rephrase it in a different way. Peter, if you were running a registry, what would you do different?
What would I do different from?
From any unnamed registry, like from your, like the summa of all the registries you've dealt with. Things that obviously, like we've talked about standards, but we've known communication, that kind of stuff. So if I put you in charge of a registry tomorrow, how would you run it? What would you do?
I'll definitely talk to my registrars, and I would cooperate with my registrars and if I didn't have registrars, I will get me registrars. That will be the most important part, talking, developing the product together.
Jimmy?
Yeah, I agree on that. I mean, have a discussion, an open discussion, and, well, talk about all the problems or whatever it might be that comes up. So I would say that's the most important part.
So in a way, communication, that's what you feel is lacking.
Yeah, communication is hard, so yeah.
Jimmy, do you have anything to comment on that? Obviously, you are one step separated, but from your experience in working with.
Yes, I think I would also try to cooperate with registries, because I think one of the main problems for registrars when you have this multitude of registries is that it is impossible to try to cooperate and have agreements with everyone. So I think one way to get value add to the registrars would be if you could, agree with one party and, be able to resell more of the registries.
So now it gets interesting. Jeanette, if you run a registrar, what would you do?
Well, I would be more open to maybe communicating on my end towards the customers and not just display things without any kind of context. I would maybe engage in more of, have an ongoing blog or a newsletter that's more educational versus just price focused. Again, the volume versus, substance. I think that's the main thing that I'm maybe lacking. If I'm lacking anything, it is you know, the time, I guess, on their hands to communicate things in more of a context to their customers.
Mm-hmm. So, and as a registry, do you feel that you provide registrars enough of those arguments to make your case?
If I give them the arguments?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm trying.
Okay. Michele, this is going to be interesting, you know?
Well,
if Michele ran the registry.
Well, hold on a second. Well, first off, to Jeanette, if you'd like to guest blog on our blog, you're more than welcome. And you can choose which one of the blogs you want to write on as well, so we have multiple. As a if I was running a registry, I think communication would be something that a lot of registries do have to work on. Not all of them. I think some, in fairness, some of them are very, very good. But a lot of them suck at communication. One registry, for example, has changed our account manager 5 times in less than 12 months.
Is that because the people have left, or is it because they've moved
I
around?
I have no idea, and I don't care.
Okay.
Why is that my problem? And every time...
Well, that could be a signal of the argument you were making before. Are they, like, in good shape, or...?
I don't know, but the problem is that every time that you get a new account manager and you have to go back through the same things and have the same conversation you've already had 5 times, which is, you know, painful. Communication, I think, is one thing. Streamlining processes in terms of onboarding registrars for, well, just initially and then on an ongoing basis. Like, for the love of God, how hard is it to send us e-signature type documents to onboard us for promotions and things like that? I mean, why, for the love of God, do I need to print the damn thing out, sign it physically, and then fax it back to them? I mean, a lot of registries are still doing that, and it's painful. Painful. Yeah, I'm sorry, just glaring at the registries. Yeah. I don't even know if they do that, so I shouldn't pick on her. But, you know, there's a lot of things around streamlining and using, I mean, we all work in technology. Why aren't more of the registries actually leveraging that? I mean, we'd one registry who decided that the best way to communicate a massive outage was to tweet about it. They didn't email a single registrar. Well, they tweeted about it. No? Like, that's wonderful, thank you. You know, it's communication, I think, is a recurring thing.
Mm-hmm. And I think from that perspective, it would be okay to tweet about it if they told you that's how we're going to tell you about
No, it
outages.
wouldn't. No, it wouldn't be.
No?
No, because a lot of our staff would not be looking at Twitter and don't look at Twitter.
Okay.
I mean, if they want to use it as part of their overall communication strategy, I'm all on board with that. But as the only form of communication, that's really bad.
No. Okay. Sasha, if you run a registrar,
I think I would try...
Have you ever worked for a registrar?
Sorry?
Have you ever worked for a registrar? There's a lot of people
I
here that
yes,
move
I
back
have,
and
but
forth.
it's a long time gone.
Okay.
I think I would try to understand that my demands must be in sync with others, because very often we receive conflicting requests from registrars, and to synchronize them is a bit difficult. So I think understanding registries a bit better as a registrar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I love the fact, because obviously the point of the question was to really take out what is that you dislike the most about the other party, really. Again, as I said, like couple therapy. Absolutely. Catherine, your ideal registrar.
The ideal registrar would be much simpler than the ones which are out there today. And
by simpler, you mean they offer too much stuff, or...?
It's too complicated. It's like, why do people get the Facebook page? Because it's simple, right? So if getting this magic web online presence, website, whatever people call it, just with 1 or 2 or 3 clicks, instead of being confronted with MX records and POP3 versus IMAP versus 301 forwarding, whatever thingies there are. I mean, look at websites. There's so many different wordings out there. People get so confused. So I would really encourage registrars to kind of limit and hide this complexity as much as possible.
Okay. Michiel.
What I would do if I ran a registrar, sell out? No.
I'm not buying from you.
Well, there's a lot of people out there buying registrars, so that could actually be a good... I mean, that's the same thing with new TLDs. A lot of people got in there hoping to get somebody to buy them out.
Right.
Yeah, your
No, but
former employer is getting into that game big time.
No, but the actual thing is that as a registrar, you are working, and registries and registrars are working in a market that is slowly approaching a saturation point somewhere in the future. So as a registrar, my first order of business would be to either go and become the biggest, bigger than GoDaddy, which could be challenging, or really, really specialize and focus yourself in one specific market and one segment. And when I talk to registrars, they hear that I'm from marketing, which, as Peter just indicated, sometimes surprises them. One of the things they ask is, how can I do more about marketing? And the first thing I ask are, what kind of customers do you have? And a while back, I talked to one, and he said, well, I have a lot of photographers there. And then you saw a light going on above him and saying, okay, I could do something with that. Hey, I could offer them this and this and this. And it was kind of funny to see, but that, I think, is the way a lot of registrars are going to have to approach their business in years to come. Either try to gain volume and become one of the biggest, or really get to know your customer and specialize on a certain segment. And for the majority of registrars, the latter choice is going to be the one that holds the most prospects for the future.
Mm-hmm. I mean, clearly one of the issues there is that my impression is, with very few exceptions, neither registries nor registrar really know a lot about their customers in the first place. So asking that question is actually the first one to raise, and I think that's also a symptom of the issue that we have with search and matching, with all these extensions, matching the right customer with the domain name they're looking for. It's not a symptom of the fact that we don't really know what they do with the stuff they buy from us. And that's where probably like Google and Amazon can kind of eat our lunch, if you want. Jimmy, you want to say something?
Yeah, I'd like to add something. It's at the end, it's actually about keeping the registrars happy. I mean, it's quite simple. And sometimes the
is that the same as keeping the registrants happy? No?
Yeah.
Some CCTLDs, some might call you a scumbag, and then why should I keep you happy?
Yeah.
And you're stealing money from my customers.
Yeah, of course. But sometimes I get the feeling that the registry actually forgets that we are a customer. Sometimes I get the feeling that they just see us as something they must have, but we actually are a customer of the registry, and they should think about that every now and then.
I think, but that's the other thing as well. I mean, ICANN, some of us have direct relationships with that entity. A lot of the time they forget that the registrars and the registries are customers. And I think that can be a problem, and it causes tension. I mean, it's ridiculous if you have a ticket open with ICANN and it might go unanswered for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
That's nutty.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that, you've touched on an important point. I mean, do some of the registrars and some of the registries don't seem to understand, and this is mainly a CCTLD problem, they don't seem to understand that the registrars are their clients. Not all. I'm not saying that DNIC does that. Apparently DNIC's quite nice.
But I'll have to disagree on that. Are registrars really the customers of the registry? And the reason I say that is that ultimately, if you think about it, the customer is really the registrant, and what you you and us together.
Now hold on a second. I think I'm going to start teaching you contract law.
Okay. No, but what I mean is that ultimately, reality is that we were talking about communication between
but hold on. But we're talking about the registry is the supplier of the registrar.
From a contractual perspective, yes, but from a perspective
no. We're talking about the business relationship here.
Yes.
So you as .cloud, this is beginning to scare me since you're running .cloud. I'll have to rethink that entire integration strategy. So, if you don't treat us as your clients, then we're not going to bother in working with your domain.
See, but my point, the point I'm trying to make is I don't want to.
Whereas .nl, for example, offer fantastic customer service, and the customer being in that case us as the registrar. Now, you're talking about, and you're conflating two things. You're confusing the customer and the end user. They're two different things.
Well, the point I was trying to make is...
You're making it really badly.
Okay.
Just agree. Just agree on it.
No, I don't agree. I think that actually...
He wanted an argument, now he's getting one.
Exactly, no? And then I want to hug. No, but what I'm saying is that reality is
no hugs for you.
Okay. No beer for you then. But the point I'm trying to make is actually that maybe if we started looking at it differently, as we're in this together. We're partners in trying to kind of work together to serve. Because the problem I have with the customer relationship is that it implies that I'm giving something to you, and you're just on the receiving end, which really doesn't work. What should be reality there is that we should work together to deliver the service that we together build.
Yeah, but hold on a second. I mean, the thing is, this is the way, you know, when we're looking at it in terms of customer service, trying to solve customer service issues with both externally and internally, you know, trying to instill within our own employees that other employees should be treated like customers with the same kind of respect. Now, what you're talking about is something slightly different. What you're talking about is that kind of partnership together, but at the same time, the kind of customer service thing is something, and that relationship is important. So I think we actually do kind of agree.
We do agree. What I'm saying is that for me, a partner is more than a customer, right? Not an alternative to being a customer. You're both a customer, but most importantly, you're a partner. We need to do this together. Otherwise, if just like...
But are all partners created equal?
On paper, yes. But the reality is that not all of them will...
So you're not interested in a monogamous relationship?
In?
You don't have monogamous relationships with your partners? So I mean, does that mean we have to get you tested?
That's a possibility. Well, I haven't really launched yet, so I'm just getting out there right now, so I don't know.
You're just throwing it out there?
Yes.
I have one question. When you talk about building a service together, is it really a service that you build together? Because usually you have the end customer who wants, I mean, you know it better, but who wants a web shop or who wants his web presence, and you just need the domain for it.
But we
so
provide
it's just a part
components
of the service.
The main point is that all we do, just like end customers don't really care about the domain name alone, just like they don't care about the hosting without a way to
what you're trying to do is you're trying to actually make yourself more important than you actually are.
Am I?
Well, I mean, that's what going on this. I mean, let's face it. So let's say you take your average small business. So they have a website, they have email, they've got online marketing. They're spending more money on the online marketing than they are with anything else. The domain is just one little part of that.
I think I can confirm that one. We have a registrant survey for .nl, and what we do is we let the registrar send it out. We say, well, these are the questions we want to ask for .nl, and then you have room to add questions of your own. I think 20 or so registrars participated this year. They added 5 questions each, meaning 100 questions. None of those 100 questions were about domain names. They were about hosting, they were about cloud, they were about software as a service, they were about practically everything but domain names. And that kind of shows you where you're really at from their perspective. And the problem with, I think, with many registries is you tend to forget because you yourself only work with that specific component.
And that's a very fair point. I mean, if you go to, I've gone to center meetings. You've seen me there.
Yes, I have.
Yay. And you know, the thing is that if you ask any of us, most of us sell multiple products and services.
And just for those who don't know, Center is the association of the European CCTLDs.
Yeah, so they allow the odd GTLD in there sometimes as well, which is a bit weird.
But yeah.
Observers, right. And you know, the domain is just one thing. I mean, the problem I see a lot of the time is people talking to registrars as if we only sell domains. My biggest customer doesn't have any domain names with us, not one. And they're the ones who pay enough money to keep the lights on a lot of the time. I mean, you know, we sell wireless ISP services, which is fun. You know, we'll sell anything we can sell that's anyway related. So going back to your thing, Francesco, do you feel that you're not getting enough love from us? Is that it? I mean,
from you, yes, but many others maybe I could feel more.
It's this polygamous relationship I think we're having problems with. We need to talk about that.
That's your Irish Catholic background. In Sweden, we do things
from
differently.
the Italian Catholic.
I'm Swedish, remember. All right, I think we're almost done. I just have one last question to close this couple therapy session, as I like to call it. So the question is, has this been useful to you guys? How the things that came out of these 2.5 hours of sitting there and talking, how are they going to affect the way you relate to the other party going forward? How is that going to change the way you relate to registries, Peter?
Well, I've been in this business for 14 years.
So you give up hope, that's what you're saying.
I did that 10 years ago. But no, it changes from year to year. So, and right now we're all talking about new GTLDs. I just recently posted a link to Sony's site on my Facebook, and one of the first reaction was, is that a TLD? So in a few years, people will know about the new GTLDs, and I think the market is going to change, and that will make it perhaps a little more interesting being a registrar.
So what you're saying is that you're not going to change anything of what you're doing?
I will still,
you're happy with yourself?
I will still request the standards and everything I mentioned, and I think it's more likely I'm going to get the answer I want.
Jimmy, what do you think? Do you feel more cooperative now, or?
Yeah. Yeah, of course, I'm going to remember this. The day when I was on stage together with Michele, of course, it's very nice. But of course, it's always something that you pick up, and hopefully the registry as well pick up something.
We'll get to them in a moment. We'll ask our friends.
Either in the panel or in the audience.
We are listening.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And writing down names.
Well, me being the registry or registrar, I don't think
well,
maybe...
you as a supplier, no? Are you going to change jobs tomorrow, just like give up on this altogether? Or?
No, I think I will have to stick with it as long as my clients want to participate in the industry, which I don't see ending any day soon. But I think, this new GTLD business means that much of my focus shifts from
doing important things to do this stuff.
From my clients, the registrars being partners with the registries towards more, reseller relationships with a few large registrars. So this, I guess, changes my work a bit.
Jeanette.
I mean...
What have you learned from this session? Do you feel like hugging Michele now?
Yes. No, but this is nothing new.
You're welcome.
We knew since before that they're busy and they're overwhelmed and they have tons of shit to do and they don't want to be bothered, basically. I knew that. I mean, now they know a little bit of our difficulties too. This is not a one-sided thing. Maybe they'll come around eventually. We'll try.
Okay. Michele, you'll get the hug later when we're done.
Well, I'm going to hold her to that.
Yeah. Plus, we're doing it on camera.
Excuse me?
We're doing it on camera for the world to see.
Oh, okay. Look, I think these kind of conversations and dialogues they can be useful. They can be it's interesting to get the other side. I suppose the question really shouldn't be asked of us. It should be asked of the audience.
We'll get to them, yes.
But I mean, they're the ones who have had to sit through.
The lines
sit
are
through
very
a couple
strong.
of
I don't
hours.
really know if there is an audience left there, but
no, there's still a few there. I mean, I don't know. They could all be doing their emails or updating their Facebook pages or whatever it is that they're doing. I don't know. I can't really see. Or still trying to register a .ie domain name that they started that process this morning. And if they're lucky, they'll get it done today. I don't know. I mean, the thing is if some people can come away from this thinking, okay, I have a better understanding of some of the pressures and some of the things like that. But I mean, ultimately, most of us are open to talking to registries. Just we don't like being talked at by registries.
Good point.
It was very interesting to get some other insights from registrars. I think especially the marketing part was interesting, the information about it.
Same here. I think I can't add anything.
Yes?
I actually like the way the this kind of discussion puts into perspective what it is we're talking about. And the only thing it does, when we're talking about the market here, registrars and registries, it leads me to feeling that it's the tires and the engine of the car discussing about who's most important to drive. I think my conclusion is...
That's what I'm talking about.
If one of us is missing, a car won't drive at all, so... Well, without engine or tires, I tell you.
Yeah, but okay. Here's the thing: if we didn't offer .nl, speaking on behalf of my company, it wouldn't impact us at all.
Yeah, but if you didn't offer domain names.
Anna, hold on a second now. Hold on a second. Are you speaking for all registries or for your own?
Okay, perhaps I'm assuming a bit much here, but yeah, we're talking about...
Okay, so you're going to have to talk to Roloff about getting a pay rise.
Yes. What do you think? Have you learned anything?
Of course, we have learned a great many things. And I give Michele a full authority to speak for .se and .nu in this question. So tires and engines, domain names in general, if they go away, hosting businesses, IP addresses are quite hard to remember. They are, especially if they're IPv6. They can be this long.
Nothing wrong with IPv6, by the way.
Yeah, so I think it's been a great discussion.
Okay, so anybody else learned anything today? Or feels like they want to share? Hallelujah.
Okay, I came in the afternoon. My name's Nenna. I have about 10 of those domain names for myself. Quick one. Why do people register domain names? Why do you think we register domain names? That's one thing you should think about. I see a lot of, the word is bickering, but I don't know if I can find a more diplomatic one, which is very interesting. I feel like a child watching the parents argue. Yes, domestic disputes and about, so I'm asking, is it a love relationship or hate relationship between the parents? What is it exactly? Are you in a civil union? Are you about to divorce? What exactly is happening in this family? So just so that kids, end users actually know how to find a way out.
You make an excellent point. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's a relationship where the parties don't always talk to each other, where the parties always assume way too much of what the others think that they're doing. So, yeah.
And there are parties where the two don't love each other anymore. Of course.
That's exactly
lots and
my
lots
point.
of kids.
All right. Anybody else wants to contribute anything? There is somebody waving the phone. That was very smart. Very smart of you with the phone. Exactly.
Yeah.
Do it for the kid. Call David. Do it for the kids.
I've been trying to sit on my hands here all day, almost. I only have one comment, actually. Regarding Google. Google is to be taken very seriously. Their customer support is awesome. I've tried them myself. Very much pleased with them. Much better customer support than First of all, you can call them at any time and get a quick answer. Of course, so far it's only been in English, but they were really good following up and even calling me off, checking and stuff. So they got really good customer support. changed. Right now, it's only been changed in the States.